Chapter 4:16. When Danny came to Astapor for the first time, the streets by the docks were empty. Other than their group, they didn't even meet a single foreign vendor. Even the local residents rarely wandered around the red brick streets. 2 years later, the old city walls with cracks were repaired. The weathered red brick floors on the streets were taken out and replaced with new bricks. The buildings in the city were also optimized. All the old and dilapidated houses were demolished and rebuilt. Red brick and black tiled houses rose from the ground. 3 to 4-story buildings lined the streets. The residents also planted apples, persimmons, figs, loquats, and other fruit trees on the streets in front of their houses. It was clean, tidy, and had a natural harmonious beauty. If there weren't dozens of pyramids in between, one would almost think that they were in a small county town in the 80s or 90s. Tyrion, Clinton, and the others walked all the way and were amazed. The King's Landing is also near the river and the sea. But compared to Astapor, it's a big cesspool. The little devil's tone was complicated. The air in the city is very fresh. The hygiene is very good. The sewer system is almost comparable to the black walls of Volantis. The skinny man Pogba commented. Count Klein, it's Count Klein. Incorruptible Klein. The Great Pyramid was behind the city gate. After leaving the docks and walking along the streets at the base of the city wall, one would enter Astapor's north gate by walking half a kilometer to the east. Past the north gate was the People's Square, the punishment square where the bodies of disobedient slaves were hung. Behind the square was the Chaoyang Palace, the Great Pyramid of the Dragon Queen. At this moment, the south end of the square near the Chaoyang Palace was crowded with people. They crowded together tightly and cheered for the Count of Shackles, who was surrounded. Yes, Klein arrived at the Chaoyang Palace before them. The moment he got off the carriage, he was surrounded by countless citizens who rushed over after hearing the news. Meereen has a Klein, who can distinguish right from wrong, loyal from traitors, harpies coming to persecute, Megalosaurus and father by his side. He has a clear sky above his head, a belief in his heart, not cruel and bloodthirsty, but to defend freedom. Other than the citizens surrounding the Earl of the Shattered Shackles, there were 7 or 8 bards standing at the side, playing and singing. They recounted the story of how Klein had braved all dangers to solve the case of the Harpy, the Dragon Mother, the Freedom, and the people in Meereen, and how the hero had been wronged and imprisoned. In the mouths of singers, poets, and even commoners, Klein was upright and unafraid of death. He fought against the entire anti-singing group by himself. He was a very good person, a fighter to protect the freedom of Slave Bay, the #1 official of Slave Bay. He's the Lord of Justice. To think that Cleon has such high prestige, the little devil was dumbfounded. As the muscles on his face twitched, his black nostrils expanded, scaring the citizens of Astapor into taking a few steps back. Tyrion had seen too many similar expressions on other people's faces. After he lost his nose in the Battle of Blackwater River, everyone looked at him with either disdain, disgust, or fear. At first, he was bitter and depressed. Slowly, he became numb, and finally, he got used to it. At this time, Tyrion did not seem to notice the crowds pointing and whispering. He walked to the leader, Donder, and asked curiously. That Harpy group was formed by the Gith people who were unwilling to submit to the rule of the Dragon Queen? Of course, other than the original slave owners, who would rebel? Donder said with certainty. But why did the Dragon Queen arrest Earl Klein for suppressing the rebellion? Clinton asked the little devil's question. It's not the Queen's arrest. This is the normal operation of the Grand Court. Knowing that the foreigners could not understand, Donder quickly explained the law of the Dragon Queen's separation of justice, the Grand Court, and administration, the guards and the military police. Finally, he concluded, the power of trial lies with the court, while the power of arrest and search lies with the guards. If the criminal is a noble, the Grand Court must be formed. Only the Minister of Government can lead the military police to search for evidence and arrest the criminal. In order to ensure the fairness of justice, the Queen can only play one role in the trial process. Was the Codex really written by the Dragon Queen herself? The little devil was fascinated. The legal system in the codex was so standardized that it was refreshing to him. Donder was very dissatisfied with the little devil's suspicion and said stiffly, "You're just a comedian, what do you know about the law?" Any scholar who has a little understanding of the laws of various countries should know that our codex is unique in the world. Although I haven't seen the complete codex yet, I don't doubt its advanced nature. The little devil first complimented before asking his own question. The Dragon Queen is only 16 years old, and she was even younger when she wrote the codex. No matter how talented she is, she doesn't have rich experience and doesn't understand the customs of various countries. How could she create such a perfect codex? The queen hatched 3 dragons at the age of 14, led the tribe across the Red Wasteland at the age of 14, liberated Astapor at the age of 14, resolved to liberate the entire slave bay, completely destroy slavery, and change the whole world. How can an ordinary person do these things? Donder rolled his eyes and said unhappily. "Ah." The little devil thought for a while and was actually speechless. Alas, the Dragon Queen is so wise and powerful, how can any man in the world be worthy of her? Tyrion said as he glanced meaningfully at the silver-haired youth beside him. Little Griffin's face was gloomy and he lowered his eyes without saying a word. Clinton saw this and felt very helpless. He had hoped that the Dragon Queen had 1/10 of Liga's compassion and wisdom, but now it seemed that she was so different. With a sigh, he changed the topic and said, "Since the judicial system is so perfect, and Cleon is impartial, adhering to the codex, why was he arrested?" Dang dang dang, a group of Unsullied rushed out of the Great Pyramid and beat the gong to disperse the crowd. In the end, they even lined up in 2 rows and separated a passage for Cleon and the guards who were escorting him to enter the hall. The crowd of onlookers dispersed, and the figure of the Count of Shattered Shackles disappeared at the entrance of the palace. Donder once again led the fire mage and Clinton forward. As he walked, he shook his head and sighed. It's all Earl Leon's fault. He's too stubborn and selfless. In the case of the Harpies, he attacked too many people, and a small number of innocent people were implicated. How many people were wronged? To be able to overthrow a respected count. The little devil said in surprise. I'm not sure, but a total of 60,000 people were imprisoned, and 20,000 were sentenced to death. It's really 7 levels of hell. Tyrion's ugly face that was red from the sun instantly turned pale, and he howled, "How many Gith are there in Meereen? I remember that the ratio of slaves to free people in Volantis is 4-1. I think the ratio in Slave Bay is even higher. How many people are there in Slave Bay? Did Cleon capture all the Gith people? This method is simple, and I guarantee that no bad guy can escape, but how can it be all? There are nearly 200,000 Gith in Meereen." Donder said. Tyrion looked up at Donder and said strangely, "Do you have any misunderstanding about being impartial? Count Cleon fully abides by the code, and has no personal feelings," Donder said solemnly. "How can there be so many Gith in Meereen?" Clinton asked in surprise. Donder explained, after the liberation of Slave Bay, the previous slave business naturally could not be done. The Queen then optimized and adjusted the economic structure of the 3 cities. Astapor developed manufacturing and heavy industry, the original capital of bed slaves, Kayuan, was converted into a granary, and the Gith who cultivated bed slaves all moved to Meereen, and Meereen developed handicrafts and light industries. Dany was a kind, and upright queen. Naturally, she could not directly say to the people, "Meereen is the battlefield I chose, and I want the disobedient Gith to be cannon fodder in Meereen." Of course, she was not completely lying, and optimizing the industrial chain was also one of her goals. What is heavy industry and light industry? Tyrion asked curiously. The Queen said that the departments that provide the means of production are called heavy industry, and the departments that produce the means of consumption are called light industry. The customs inspector scratched his head and said with a conflicted expression, "Don't ask me what means of production and means of consumption are, I don't really understand." In short, mining, smelting, forging ingots, glassmaking, logging, and building ships are all considered heavy industry. As for light industry, Sigh, everything except agriculture is considered light industry. It's easier to understand this way. Clinton and the pyromancers listened in a daze, but Tyrion was excited, his eyes sparkling. But I see that most of the merchant ships come to Astapor, and very few go to Meereen. He asked again. Donder frowned and thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, the industrial layout seems to have not been completed. Without a doubt, Meereen was originally the most prosperous, with the most craftsmen and craftsmen. But they were all slaves, and after being liberated as free people, they all moved to Astapor. Now, heavy industry and light industry are all in Astapor. Meereen mainly develops cash crops, such as olives, soybeans, and peanuts. Especially olives, the olive oil from Slaver's Bay is sold all over the world. There were also large olive forests in Kayuan Plain, but unfortunately, they were all burned to the ground by the slave owners, and now we can only grow wheat, corn, turnips, and other food crops. Wonderful, wonderful! Tyrion exclaimed, clapping his hands. What's wonderful? Little Griffin looked at him as if he was crazy. The little devil was stunned, his ugly face twisted. I don't know what's so wonderful about it, but this industrial layout has a strange beauty, very harmonious. Beauty? This time, Little Griffin completely thought he was crazy. Optimizing the industrial chain can double the production efficiency. Suddenly, a slightly immature female voice came from the side. Tyrion turned his head and saw a little black girl with a round face and a flat nose looking at him with her round golden eyes. Ah, it's the mayor. Donder respectfully walked to the little black girl, bowed, and said, I am Donder Hope, Inspector of the Customs Commodity Inspection Department. Greetings to Lady Missandei. Mayor? Everyone was shocked. The mayor is a female dwarf? Tyrion looked at Missandei with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It seemed that the Dragon Queen did not care about the origin of the people. But then again, even the ugly, demon-like fire wizards had a high salary of millions of gold coins, so it was very reasonable for a dwarf to be the mayor. If the Dragon Queen did not care about his identity as Lannister, with his wisdom, he wondered if he could become the hand of the king. In a short moment, countless thoughts flashed through Tyrion's mind. But the next moment, Donder slapped him on the back of the head and reprimanded, Do you think that just because she's as tall as you, she must be a dwarf? Lady Missandei is only 11 years old. Chapter 4:17. Astapor, the top floor of the Great Pyramid, under the shade of a persimmon tree. The black dragon, green dragon, and gold dragon were sunbathing on the brick wall. The Dragon Queen was sitting on a deck chair by the pool, wearing a pair of aviator sunglasses, produced by the Astapor Royal Glass Factory. She was wearing a light green sleeveless vest and apricot yellow silk pants with red daisies embroidered on them. Her fair arms, round belly button, and well-proportioned calves were all exposed. She even put her little feet into the pool and playfully stirred the clear water. She was so relaxed that she seemed to have forgotten about the Great Wall tens of thousands of miles away and the deviant ghosts under the Great Wall. Back in Astapor, she was surrounded by trustworthy, unsullied and centaur maids. She no longer had to worry about being poisoned, ambushed, violated the guests' rights, or stabbed in the back. With her safety guaranteed, she felt much more relaxed physically and mentally. She never wore armor again. Moreover, the Westeros affairs had been arranged. Dragonstone Island had 3 giants who continuously mined dragon crystal ores and made dragon crystal weapons. Garth Hyder had already been contacted. He would complete the task of buying and transporting food. He would also help Dany fulfill the promise to the people of Hajin County and the monks of Meribad. After all, Garth was also a White Knight. Sigh, the White Knight system was really good. The 7 White Knights represented the 7 clones of the Queen. Even the most unqualified White Knight, the fat eunuch Bevos, had always been the representative of the Queen and led hundreds of thousands of farmers in Kayuan to carry out the Great Leap Forward. There was also the reserve White Knight, the Dark Star. He was responsible for leading the fleet to transport the barbarians and bringing the goods promised by the Dragon Queen to the Night Watchers. The White Knight captain, Barristan, would reorganize the royal fleet and receive the barbarian fleet from the Dark Star. He would also open up settlements for the barbarians on the islands and along the coast. Even Braavos was responsible for organizing the city-states of the western continent of Ursus to plant food. Dany felt that she had already fulfilled her responsibilities as the queen. She had fulfilled her responsibilities and no longer had any psychological burden. Why couldn't she live a leisurely life? Your Majesty, you have to make a decision for me. The Green Saintess, Grazda, knelt on the ground and cried for injustice. All right, she wasn't like Erlu, the king of empty talk. All she did was grind her teeth and replenish her mana. She had nothing to do. Dragon Queen had a large kingdom to take care of. Hey, get up and talk. Lee, help the Green Saintess up. Jichi, bring a chair over. The queen pressed her aviator sunglasses to reveal her eyes and called out to the two centaur maids. Yep, Ji-Chi, who had been guarding Kai Yuan's palace of compassion and peace, had also returned. After Dahe brought back the black girl Larissa, the tile steel sword, and other trophies, Dany ended her closed-door training. She announced that she was on a business trip to Braavos. In fact, he was hiding in the mountains in the south with Little Green and Little Gold to cultivate. After Big Black returned and ended its seclusion, Dany rode her dragon to Kai Yuan to participate in a Great Leap agricultural commune activity. When he came back yesterday, he brought Ji-Chi back. Now that the Megalosaurus had grown up and Dahe had learned how to meditate, he could easily carry 500 kilograms. Dany could run around with two centaur maids at the same time. If you have something to say it slowly. You're the Minister of State Affairs. Dany said to the Green Saintess. Your Majesty, you don't even know what the people in the city say about me. The old saintess' tears flowed down her face. She looked very pitiful. They say that Klein is a loyal minister who is impartial and impartial. I followed the rules of the code and went through the normal procedures to arrest him with the military police, but I became a scoundrel who sowed discord in front of you. I'm innocent. Old Grazda said in grievance. Sigh, you also know that I went to Braavos a few days ago. The Dragon Queen counted with her white fingers. A Sea King died, almost all the guards and professors in the Iron Vault died, Purple Harbor was burned by Dahe, Sea King's palace was smashed into a lake by a meteor, thousands of people died, and tens of millions of gold coins were involved. In the end, a deal of 150 million gold coins was negotiated. Then, I went to the Stone Steps archipelago and burned dozens of pirate leaders to death, becoming the strongest pirate king in the Narrow Sea. Then, I sent Sir Barristan to rob the Hathar family's fleet. 3 million gold royals, more than 100 ships, and tens of millions of gold royals. The Green Saintess' expression was dull. The tears and grievances in her eyes turned into shock and confusion. Dany raised her chin at her and said with emotion, You see, these are all big things. I really don't want to care about you and Klein. You should relax and think about the millions of troops in the Alliance. What problems can't they overcome? After hearing the Dragon Queen's words, the Green Saintess suddenly felt that she was making a big fuss over nothing. It's just being misunderstood by the people, and Klein's rising reputation. No, I can't let that butcher go. Your Majesty, Klein violated the rules of the code and used his power for personal gain. He tried to control public opinion and influence the court's trial, the old woman said seriously. What do you mean? Dany pretended to be curious. When I was on the way to Myrene with the military police, Klein suddenly invited a large number of bards and singers to participate in the trial of the Son of the Harpy case. Dany said, What's wrong with that? According to the code, when any city lord is trying a case, unless it involves the privacy of the plaintiff and the plaintiff requests to avoid the public, any free people have the right to supervise the trial. For example, in Astapor, go to the hall on the first floor and see how many people are watching every day. Like a rape case, the victim would definitely not want to make a big deal out of it. At that time, the trial would not be open to the public. In front of everyone, Klein explained the process of the trial in detail. He even took out the testimonies of the people involved in the case for everyone to see. In the end, he cried to the singers, poets, and theater performers that he was framed by a scoundrel. The old face of the green saintess wrinkled like a sun-dried eggplant, and she said angrily, "The scoundrel he was talking about was me. He said that I slandered you, that I was a sympathizer of the son of the harpy, and that I was even the most hidden mastermind behind the scenes. He also said that I was plotting to overthrow your regime, and that I intended to turn the free people back into slaves, and eventually restore slavery and Guy's rule in Slave Bay." The old saintess did not have such thoughts, so she spoke very calmly. There was no panic on her face, only anger, the grievance and resentment of being wronged. Danny seemed to be indifferent, but in fact, from the beginning, she had been observing her from Blackie's perspective, not missing the slightest expression on the green saintess' face. Previously, Danny did have doubts about the green saintess. Letting Klein accuse the green saintess was to muddy the waters and make it easier for Mormont's intelligence system to investigate her. Danny wanted to know how deeply involved the green saintess was in the case of the son of the harpy. She could not be blamed for being suspicious. The green saintess of Myrene had been confirmed as the spiritual leader of the son of the harpy and one of the founders. The results of Mormont's investigation showed that the green saintess of Astapor sympathized with the guys of Myrene purely because of her race, and was not really the son of the harpy. At this time, her reaction in front of the Dragon Queen was also normal, without the slightest bit of guilt, only righteous anger. This made Danny breathe a sigh of relief. The green saintess, Grazda, was her old subject. After taking Astapor, Grazda had been doing her best to assist the Dragon Queen, not only helping her to appease the common people of Guise, but also firmly supporting her in the religious reform. Well, Grazda supported Danny's reorganization of the Temple of Divine Grace in Astapor into the new Church of the Seven Gods. The ancient beliefs of the Guise had long died with the Orthodox bloodline of Guise. The previous Temple of Divine Grace was more like a hospital and a garden of love. The two had been together for a long time, and had established a deep friendship between monarch and subject. Danny did not want the old saintess to have a bad ending. "Your Excellency Green Saintess, obviously, I will not believe Klein's nonsense. The people who accused Klein of excessive sentencing and cruelty were the people of Myrene. I was the one who arranged for you to take the military police to arrest Klein. You are not a treacherous subject." Danny comforted her gently. "Your Majesty, I am very grateful that you trust me, but the people who were bewitched by Klein did not believe me," Grazda complained. After the singers and poets of Myrene heard Klein's analysis of the case and his accusation against me, in just half a month, the streets of Slavers Bay were circulating the story of impartial Klein, who knew right from wrong and judged the traitors. And I was that treacherous subject. Squeak! Blackie suddenly raised his neck and screamed. Danny glanced at him and said, "Go." Squeak! Blackie spread his wings and screamed. Little Green and Little Gold also screamed. The three dragons jumped down from the pyramid and flew in the direction of the southern mountains. "It's late. They are going to look for blood food," she explained to the green saintess. Then, Danny said with certainty, "The results of the trial in the Grand Court will only guide public opinion, and will not be influenced by public opinion." It was her idea to let Klein make himself Scholar Bao, but she did not intend to let Klein escape the trial by relying on public opinion. The key was that Klein had detained 60,000 prisoners in the case of the son of the harpy, and 20,000 of them were on death row. He had almost caught all the middle class and above of the Guise clan. This was too shocking. Not to mention the Guise clan, even the free people would think of him as a butcher. Her idea was to let Scholar Bao and Scholar Lai neutralize the pH value, and let public opinion return to normal evaluation of Klein. Well, it was completely through legal procedures, without public opinion or coercion. According to the code, Klein's behavior would be tried one by one. He would definitely be found guilty. After all, he was Scholar Lai. How could Scholar Lai be a good person? But if the crime was not to death, there was a possibility of rescue. If Danny intended to get rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness, she would directly comply with public opinion and get rid of Klein. But she found that this fake scholar lie was more useful than the real scholar lie. First of all, scholar lie was completely different from Lai Junchen. He strictly abided by the law and rarely violated the code formulated by Danny the Shadow left in his heart from his early years. The incident of the Dragon Queen whipping him had always been deeply engraved in his mind. He was afraid of dragons, afraid of the Queen, afraid of violating the code. Secondly, Scholar Lai had a high consciousness. He did not target the Guy's clan because of money and power. It was purely his hatred for the slave owners that made him unable to tolerate any of the son of the Harpy lurking around him. Among Danny's new freedmen subordinates, there were very few who could compare to such a firm stance on singing songs. Finally, Scholar Lai had a strong executive ability and would be of great use in the future. Myrene was just the beginning. In the future, the Dragon Queen would take down Queers, New Guys, Volantis. Scholar Lai had a promising future, and there was hope to be promoted to Scholar Lai. Don't worry, I will call Missandei up later and let her represent me to announce to the people of the city that Her Excellency the Green Saintess is the minister of the council. She strictly abided by the law and arrested Klein. He is not a treacherous minister. Danny comforted the old guy's woman softly. Your Majesty, you were looking for me. Speaking of Missandei came. Chapter 418. Your Majesty, there are two groups of people coming from the dock. One is a group of fire mages from Volantis. The other group of 7 has 2 midgets. The middle-aged man in the lead calls himself Sir John Clinton, an old friend of Sir Barristan. Ha, fire mages from Volantis? Did they say their names? How many of them came? Danny laughed out loud. 54 people came, led by Mages Wood and Pogba. They call themselves the Volantis Double Masters. Ha ha ha. Danny held her stomach and laughed so hard that she could not breathe. Familiar name, familiar people, familiar style, familiar smell. You know them? Little Black asked curiously. Danny laughed on the recliner and said, old acquaintances. Quickly call them up. I haven't seen them for a few months and I miss them. And that John Clinton, since he's a knight and knows Sir Barristan, bring him over too. Wait, Missandei, wait for a moment. Looking up at the sky, it was almost dusk. Danny stopped Missandei, who turned to leave and waved to Ellie and Jichi. Old friends don't show off when they meet. It's like walking in the night. Quickly go and get me some grains, eggs, bacon. After the centaur maid and Little Black left, Danny smiled and said to the Green Saintess, who looked confused, those fire mages are not pure. At least half of them are spies of the Volantis. I have to show them what I can do and make them respect me like a god. Since they are spies, why do you want to see them? Can't you just lock them up? Sigh, I can't lock them up. It's not easy to trick them and they are all useful. Danny waved her hand and smiled strangely. I'd better leave first. Green Saintess got up and left. In the past, the good lord often held banquets in the garden at the top of the Great Pyramid. It could accommodate 200 or 300 guests. At this time, with more than 50 fire mages and less than 10 people in Clinton's group, it was not crowded. Oh gods! 7 layers of hell. As soon as they walked out of the stairwell, they saw Dragon Queen smiling at them from behind a long table under the shade of a tree. Their expressions changed drastically as they howled. Well, there were only 3 or 4 people who were wailing, the skinny Pogba, the old Blackwood, and the noseless Tyrion. Halden was shocked, but he didn't shout out loud. The others stood there in a daze. They were shocked by the Dragon Queen's youth and beauty, but also embarrassed and confused by their companion's loss of self-control. Queen, please spare my life. Old Greenwood knelt on the ground and groaned. Queen, please spare my life. The skinny Pogba followed closely behind, kneeling and begging for mercy. You guys, what's wrong? The other fire mages were confused. Get up, we're all old acquaintances. Danny waved her hand, and 2 Unsullied immediately went over to help the fire mage up. She smiled and said, I've already told you that there are millions of gold coins worth of projects waiting for you. Now that you've brought so many people, I can't be happier. Your Majesty, I. Old Greenwood's tanned face turned red as he said helplessly, I'm willing to serve you. Me too. Pogba hurriedly said. Danny nodded with a smile. Seeing the Dragon Queen's amiable attitude, Old Greenwood's panicked expression gradually calmed down. He continued, I'll do whatever you say. I'll definitely carry out the mission. Me too. Pogba said. Good. Dragon Queen smiled. The old black man clenched his teeth and said firmly, I swear to be loyal to you, and will never have anything to do with Volantis again. Me too. Pogba hurriedly said. Very good. Dragon Queen grinned. Eliminating the possibility of being half-hearted, and knowing that he must be the Dragon Queen's trusted subordinate based on his identity as an old acquaintance, Old Greenwood turned his cold gaze to the confused fire mages and said, Your Majesty, I'm willing to report the spy in the team to you. Me too. Pogba immediately followed. Ah, spy? Where did the spy come from, Great Wizard Greenwood, what are you talking about? The fire mages were in an uproar. Some of them even had a drastic change in expression, and their eyes flickered. Very good, but there's no hurry. Danny waved to the crowd. Come and sit down. I'm free today, so I'm trying to cook dinner myself. It's better to come at the right time than early. Let's all have a taste of my cooking. The crowd didn't know what was going on, but they still obediently walked forward. Dragon Queen's long hair was tied behind her head with a butterfly knot. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and silk pants. It was a very simple and refreshing outfit. She was standing behind a thick wooden table that was 5 or 6 meters long. There were pots and pans on the table. Looking up, they saw that there were corn, rice, eggs, bacon, washed scallions, green vegetables, and so on. She really seemed to be cooking. Ellie, bring a few tables and chairs over for the masters, as well as Sir Clinton and Sir Tyrion. There's a little too many people. Danny glanced at the crowd. She lowered her head and took out a red copper bucket from under the table. Then, she poured the corn from the big porcelain bowl into it. Your Majesty, did you recognize me that day? Sir Barristan was also in the merchant's house. The little devil touched his nose that was missing the tip. He was very surprised. You're so brave. You dared to enter the tiger's den and spy on the enemy. He complimented. Hee, what kind of tiger's den is Volantis? Danny glanced at the silver-haired, purple-eyed youth who was staring at her with a complicated expression. She was puzzled. In the 2 months that you were floating on the sea, I went to Lys and burned dozens of trading princes. I went to Dorne and saw your niece's nose cut off, my niece. The little devil was puzzled at first. After a moment, he said in shock, Marcella. Who hurt her? Your father died in the latrine pit. The Princess of Dorne thought that she had found a good opportunity and was ready to support your niece to ascend the throne. Well, according to the customs of Dorne, your eldest nephew died, so your niece should ascend the throne. Then. Danny shrugged and said, You're also a veteran. You should know. Since you're involved in the game of power, even if you're passive, it's hard to escape unscathed. The little devil pursed his lips and frowned without saying a word. After being interrupted by Tyrion, the Dragon Queen did not continue to brag about her adventures in the Old Town, the King's Landing, the Great Wall, and Bravos. After a while, the Unsullied came back with stools and long tables. They quickly set up the tables and chairs by the pool and invited the guests to sit. The seats were determined according to their status. The higher the status, the closer to the Dragon Queen. Dragon Queen said again. As she spoke, she flicked her finger and a golden corn kernel flew into the air. Without any warning, only Old Wood, who had the most profound magic power, vaguely sensed the fluctuation of fire elements. Beep, beep. The corn kernels flew into the air and exploded. The popcorn fell and was caught by Dragon Queen with her mouth open. At this moment, Tyrion and the other muggles felt as if 10,000 curses were running through their hearts. There were countless, what the fuck, in their minds. At this moment, all the fire mages were shocked speechless. They looked at Dragon Queen with reverence and fear. Only they, who were fire mages, understood the meaning of Dragon Queen's slightly ridiculous behavior just now. Only they, who were knowledgeable fire mages, understood the depth of her magic power and the height of her skills, which had long surpassed the limits of the imagination of ordinary people. What number one of the younger generation, what Volantis double master, what coerce number one fire mage, there was only one unified title in front of Dragon Queen, pleasure. She was not targeting anyone, she was just using practical actions to tell everyone, in front of me, you fire mages are all pleasure. Chapter 419. Dragon Queen's dazzling skills weren't over yet. For fire mages with extraordinary powers, only absolute power could make them truly submit and respect her like a god. And Dany had always been straightforward. Since she intended to subdue the fire mages by showing off her magic power, she had to do her best. Just the popcorn wasn't enough. When the centaur maids were distributing popcorn, she set up the steamer again, put in the washed rice, and added water. Pada! She snapped her fingers with her left hand, and an orange flame rose from the bottom of the steamer without firewood. The water in the steamer boiled in 2 minutes, steaming hot. During this time, Dragon Queen didn't stop. The kitchen knife in her hand was as fast as lightning. She skinned, removed the tendons and bones of a cow's hind leg, skewered it on an iron rod, and then used the knife to draw patterns on the meat, smearing it with sesame oil, salt and spices. Then she set up a grill next to the steamer, and the iron rod with the cow's hind leg slowly rotated. The air rippled, and a long string of orange flames appeared, without any smoke or fire. Sizzle! The flame element burned from the inside out, and the beef quickly seeped out a fragrant oily juice. Gulp! The fire mage's eyes widened, and they swallowed hard. It wasn't because of the fragrance, although the barbecue tasted good. They were more shocked by Dragon Queen's, endurance. Think about the number one of the younger generation, Lisbon. Just igniting Tyrion's beard made him pant and exhausted his magic power. Then compare it to Dragon Queen. She first exploded a big bucket of corn, then used fire elements to cook rice. The rice wasn't done yet, and the boiler was steaming, so she started a fire again to barbecue meat. What realm was this? Dragon Queen is probably the strongest fire mage in the world, Oldwood said with a trembling voice. Not just the strongest fire mage, I dare say that the magic power of those old monsters in Yasha isn't as good as hers, the lanky Jeep said. The skinny Pogba's face shone with the light of faith, and he said excitedly, Her Majesty the Queen is the god of fire. For a full 5 minutes, the sweetness of the rice and the aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the garden. Dragon Queen personally scooped 61 bowls of rice from the porcelain bowls. Using the realm of lifting heavy as light, she quickly sliced the beef thigh into 61 pieces and spread them on the crystal-clear rice grains. Sprinkle chopped green onions and small peppers. A bowl of barbecued pork rice. Please forgive me for my lack of hospitality. Dragon Queen stretched out her right palm and opened it. Smiling, she picked up an egg and knocked the shell on the table. Her left hand gently opened the eggshell, and the egg yolk and egg white fell onto her right palm. Sizzle, 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 it was as if an egg had been dropped into a boiling hot iron pot. Accompanied by white steam and the sound of roasting, the side of the egg that touched the palm of the hand became visibly brown. The fragrance assailed his nostrils. Gulp. This time, even Tyrion, Clinton, Little Griffin, and the other muggles were dumbfounded. They were in a trance, as if they were dreaming. With a flip of his right hand, he placed the egg in a bowl and sprinkled it with pepper. A complete set of barbecued pork egg rice was completed. Following that, it was the second egg. The speed at which he fried the egg was very fast. He could finish a set in almost 10 seconds. Very quickly, the fire mage and Clinton's group were all given a bowl of barbecued pork rice and a cup of orange juice. Not sure if it was a psychological effect, but almost everyone felt that this bowl of magic rice personally made by the Queen was unprecedentedly sweet and delicious. Greasy residue. Hancock finished licking the last grain of rice, put down the bowl and chopsticks, and left his seat. His fat body suddenly knelt down and shouted excitedly, "Your Majesty, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you until death." "Good." Dragon Queen nodded with a smile. Immediately, a bald middle-aged man walked out. He first knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times before saying, "Your Majesty, I surrender myself to you. I am a spy from Volantis. I took 200 gold coins from the Alliance to destroy your stockpile of wildfire. Please punish me." Dragon Queen waved her hand. Immediately, an Unsullied came over to help the bald man up. She gently comforted him, "The big mistake has not been made yet. You still have a chance to turn over a new leaf. Jichi, go to the treasury and take 2,000 gold coins to this great mage." Plop! The bald man knelt on the ground again and cried, "Your Majesty, I don't want gold coins. I only beg you to give me a chance to redeem myself. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you even if I have to sacrifice my life. Your Majesty, I want to confess to you. I am also a spy. I am responsible for sending your information out through messenger crows." Another fire mage walked out and knelt on the ground to surrender. "Me too, burp, same." The 5th fire mage cleaned up the rice in his bowl and burped, "I surrender myself. I am a spy. I am responsible for spreading fake news in the city." In a short while, all the fire mages knelt on the ground. They either confessed their identities or swore their loyalty to the Dragon Queen. Ha ha ha. Danny pretended to be bold and laughed 3 times. She left her seat and walked to the kneeling mages. She raised her hands and said, "Great mages, please rise. From now on, I accept your loyalty. You are all members of the royal mages. From now on, there will be a place for all of you at my fireplace and dining table. From this moment on, my glory is your glory. Thank you, Your Majesty. I, Woodward, I, Pogba, I, Hancock, I, Jeep, I swear allegiance to Her Majesty, Queen Daenerys Targaryen. Swear allegiance to her and never leave her side." More than 50 fire mages used the Valeglia language with a local accent and blurted out the firmest oath. "This." The little devil looked confused. Scholar Sai, Sister Lamore, and Clinton were all stunned. Little Griffin's eyes widened and his fists were clenched. The Dragon Queen personally walked forward and helped the new subordinates up one by one. She asked for their names and comforted them. After more than an hour, the sky darkened. Danny roughly understood the names and magic levels of these fire mages. Yes, she could judge the depth of their magic and the level of their meditation techniques through their eyes. "When I disguised myself and entered Volantis, I promised Great Mage Pogba and Great Mage Wood that Danny Liz, who defected to Slave Bay, would receive a reward of 1,000,000 gold coins. Targaryen, your words are like a mountain." Her expression was firm and her voice was sonorous. With her hands behind her back, Danny walked back and forth in front of the fire mages. She smiled faintly and said, "Jichi, 54 fire mages, 20,000 gold coins for each of them. That's almost 1,000,000 gold coins." The fire mages were shocked and in disbelief. When they saw the confirmation in the Dragon Queen's eyes, all of them were delighted. 7 gods above. The little devil held her forehead. "I also want to shout, 'Long live the Queen.' I don't know if she will accept my allegiance." Clinton glanced at Little Griffin with a serious expression and sighed helplessly in his heart. This Dragon Queen's methods are not that brilliant, but they are simple and practical and very targeted. She seems to be an old hand in the game of power. Compared to her, little Aegon is too immature. The afterglow of the sun completely disappeared under the sea in the west. The sky was dyed a deep indigo, and the moon showed a faint outline in the sky. Astapor by the sea was already brightly lit. Jichi left the top of the pyramid with the fire mages. The centaur maids would arrange a place for the fire mages, and according to the queen's orders, the 20,000 gold coins would be distributed tonight. Clinton and the rest of the 7 did not leave. They had not even clearly explained their identities. Jorah Mormont took off his helmet and pointed at the dwarf who was standing by the wall and looking at the scenery. He shouted, 7 levels of hell, little devil. Where did your nose go? Why are you here? How dare you come here? Well, in the days when the Dragon Queen was not in Slave Bay, the agricultural production did not stop. According to the rhythm of 3 days of work and 1 day of rest, the farmers were led by the White Knights to work collectively. Cayuan had beavos, Astapor had the Great Bear, and Meereen was a prisoner of Gith, so a whip was enough. Today was also the day to cultivate sweet potatoes. The Great Bear was busy outside the city until the sun went down and had just returned. Well, like Dany, the White Knight was busy practicing martial arts on the ridge of the field and did not even plant a single sweet potato. You are. The little devil stared at Mormont for a long time. Gorgeous armor inlaid with white glaze, a white cloak that was as bright as a young girl's feelings, his heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly said, "You are the Count of Bear Island who ran away with his wife? You look quite spirited and strong. You are doing well." As expected, Mormont's face darkened. Seeing this, Tyrion immediately changed the topic, rubbing his nose and saying, "Hello, Sir Mormont. I lost my nose in the Blackwater River. I don't know which bastard it was fed to." Mormont's face darkened even more. "Your Majesty, he is Tyrion Lannister. Don't be deceived by others. Let me kill him," he shouted to the Dragon Queen, who was seated above him. "Ahem, Sir Mormont, Her Majesty already knows my identity. She won't kill me." The little devil laughed. "Why won't I kill you?" Dany asked curiously. "I also want to know why you won't kill me." The little devil wrinkled his ugly nose. "You invited me to a banquet and ate beef and egg rice. Unless you violate the guest's rights, you can't kill me no matter what." Clang! Mormont sheathed his sword and complained, "Your Majesty, why are you still keeping this kind of person?" Obviously, he also knew that the Dragon Queen would not kill Tyrion. Dany stared at the little devil's black and green eyes and said with a strange smile, "Because Duke Tywin is Targaryen's most hated enemy. You, on the other hand, brought him the most humiliating, most absurd, and most satisfying death in the world. This makes me very happy. It's even more pleasing than taking revenge with my own hands." Tyrion's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. His face instantly turned deathly pale. His lips trembled. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't even spit out a single word. The scene also suddenly became deathly quiet. Clinton and the others looked at the Dragon Queen with a hint of fear in their eyes. The timid female dwarf even shrank her neck and turned her head away. She didn't dare to look at the Dragon Queen again. She only looked at Tyrion with a pair of worried eyes. Dany seemed to be unaware of everyone's reaction. She shrugged and said in a flat tone, "What? Shouldn't I be gloating and clapping my hands in joy? In the War of the Usurpers, Robert, Jon, and Aeron all have a reason to rebel. Only Lannister and Duke Tywin are absolutely unforgivable. Even lions know that debts must be repaid. A true dragon's anger should be even fiercer and crueler, shouldn't it? Blood and fire. You are the true Targaryen," Tyrion said bitterly. Chapter 420. Your Majesty Dany rise, Tywin Lannister is indeed hateful, but you did not lose your nephew, Aegon. Determination flashed across Clinton's weather-beaten face. He stood up, pulled Little Griffin up, and introduced him to Dany solemnly, "Your Majesty, this is the son of your brother, Prince Rhaegar, and Princess Ilia, Aegon Targaryen." Say that again." Dany was stunned. "Who is Rhaegar's son with?" Little Griffin broke free from his foster father's arm, stood up straight, raised his head, and puffed out his chest. His dark purple eyes met the Dragon Queen's suspicious violet eyes. I am Aegon Targaryen. My father is Rhaegar Targaryen, and my mother is Princess Ilia of Dorne, he said loudly. 7 gods above, you are crazy. Jorah Mormont slapped his forehead and said in disbelief, everyone knows that Prince Rhaegar's children were killed by Duke Tywin. Now you are here pretending to be Prince Aegon. Do you think Her Majesty is an idiot? I am not dead. Little Griffin straightened his back and raised his neck, as if he wanted the White Knight to see his silver hair, purple eyes, and the prince's anger on his face. Tell me, what is going on? Dany asked. Little Griffin said, before Duke Tywin entered the city, Count Varys found a drunken tanner in the stinking bay. His wife died in childbirth. The tanner had many sons, but he had never drunk golden wine. He sold his youngest son to Count Varys for a pot of golden wine from the Green Pavilion Island. After that, Varys handed the kid from the stinking bay to my mother and took me away. Varys had guessed that Tywin would harm his old friend, Aerys. Dany did not doubt this. In fact, when Tywin led his army to King's Landing, Varys had advised the Mad King not to open the gates and not to let Lannister's army in. But Grand Secretary Pycelle had long since taken refuge with Tywin. When Tywin was Prime Minister, he encouraged the hesitant Mad King to welcome the army of the Western region into the King's Landing. Deep in his heart, the Mad Monarch knew that his old friend was no longer trustworthy. Otherwise, he would not have planted wildfires in the city and ordered Jaime to kill Tywin and take over Lannister's army. The Mad Monarch was not stupid. He was just crazy. But at that time, Liga had already died in battle at Ruby Beach, and Ned Stark's army arrived almost at the same time as Tywin. The Mad Monarch had no choice. It was worth mentioning that the Mad Monarch's order for Jaime to kill Tywin might seem crazy and foolish, but that was not the case. First of all, this was his only chance to turn the tables. With the king's order to kill Tywin, Jaime might take over the army of the Western region. Jaime was Tywin's only son. With the army of the Western region, there was a high chance that the King's Landing could be defended. Then, when Dornmartel or River Ben Tyrell's reinforcements arrived, the Mad Monarch could really turn the tables. Secondly, the Mad Monarch was born in the Golden Age of Knights. He was spoiled. White Bull, Sword of Dawn, Barristan the Fearless, and so on. A total of 9 White Knights had served Aerys. Every White Knight was brave, loyal, virtuous, and powerful. They also adhered to the belief that the White Knights were completely loyal to the king. It could be said that the Mad Monarch was not the strongest king in history, but his Kingsguard was the strongest, most loyal, and most perfect in the history of the White Knights in the past 300 years. If it was not Jammu, but Barristan, White Bull, and the others, they might have listened to the king and killed their own father. If they were sure that their own father wanted to rebel and harm the king, they would have done so. Well, that was a digression. According to the information Dany received about the War of the Usurpers, if Varys had the heart to help the Targaryen Empire, then it was possible to exchange the baby. Varys had the ability to do it. The problem was whether Varys was loyal to the Targaryen Empire. Was this a fake version of the Orphan of the Zhao, or a leopard cat swapping the crown prince? Dany's eyes darkened. This is really a legend. But I still have a question. What about your sister, Rhaenys? Princess Elia had 2 children, a 4-year-old daughter, Princess Rhaenys, and a 1-year-old son, little Aegon. Liga is such a scumbag. When his wife was pregnant, he put a LV cap on her in public. When his wife just gave birth and was still in confinement, he and his mistress were all lovey-dovey and did not return home for a year. He did not even care about Robert's rebellion. This. Little Griffin looked at his foster father. Clinton said, Princess Rhaenys is too old to disguise herself. Also, Varys was just taking precautions. He was not sure if Duke Tywin was really that crazy to kill an innocent child. As he spoke, he carefully took out a letter wrapped in sheepskin from his shirt. There was even a red wax seal on it. You can take a look at this letter. Varys gave it to you. The Great Bear went forward to take the letter. Clinton only hesitated for a moment before handing the letter to the White Knight. In front of everyone, the Great Bear pulled out a dagger from his waist and separated the wax seal. He opened it and read it before handing it to Danny with a frown. It was a letter written by Varys himself. There was only one page, but it was filled with words. He explained in detail his motive and process for exchanging the baby. At the end, he sincerely suggested that they should imitate Aegon and his sister. The Dragon Queen should marry little Aegon and continue the pure-blooded Targaryen Empire. In the end, they would conquer the Westeros and take back the Iron Throne. Sit down first. Danny pondered and waved her hand. Aegon, Sir Clinton, sit down first. Irri, go to the Dragon Cave and call Scholar Ymont over. Irri did not leave. She only went to the stairs and gave a few instructions to the Unsullied before walking back. The centaur maid looked at little Aegon strangely and hesitated. Calixi, it's almost time. Do you still want to eat? Cooking the barbecued pork was just an accident. Under normal circumstances, Danny would eat with her officials when the sun set and the Great Bear returned. Moreover, the Dragon Queen made dozens of bowls of barbecued pork egg rice, but she did not eat a single one. Danny nodded and said, make it more sumptuous and send a portion to the fire mages. The barbecued pork is just a gimmick. There is too little of it. Also, tell the mages that I have an important guest tonight. I will officially entertain them tomorrow. By the way, go to the wine cellar and get a few bottles of Qingting Island golden wine. I'm really not full. It's great to have a feast and wine. The dwarf laughed. Clinton, little Aegon and the others looked solemn and pursed their lips. Tyrion, however, recovered from his earlier gloom and was laughing and joking again. Scholar Ymont, which scholar is it? It can't be the scholar I think, the one on the Great Wall, right? He blinked his heterochromatic eyes and asked curiously. He still remembers you. Danny laughed. The Seven Hells. Your Majesty, you really went to the Great Wall? What did you go there for, to see the deviant ghosts? Tyrion exclaimed. Jorah Mormont dragged a chair and sat down beside Danny. He looked at the little devil with a strange gaze. Not to mention the Great Wall, I also went to the Old Town, King's Landing and Hajin. Just a few days ago, I even saw your sister. Danny said. Tyrion's expression changed. It was a very complicated expression, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. He said in a low voice, you killed her. Do you want her to die? Danny asked curiously. Tyrion did not hesitate. Of course, he said. A headless sister is the cutest sister of all. Beast. Only a beast would kill his nephew, father, and even his own sister. Jorah said disdainfully. Not only was Tyrion not angry, he even smiled proudly and said, Knight, you weren't here just now, so you didn't hear how the Queen appreciated me shooting Dad. I think Her Majesty needs a cute little beast like me who kills both her king and her own family. Danny stared at Tyrion's eyes for a while and shook her head. Joffrey wasn't killed by you, and killing Tywin wasn't your intention either. Maybe you really did have that impulse, but now you seem to be on the verge of regret. I never regret it. I will always remember the moment I pulled the trigger. That was my happiest moment. The little devil shouted. Looks like you really do regret it. Danny nodded. That's right. Patricide is too much of a violation of human ethics. Normal people can't stand it. Tyrion opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to say. Joffrey wasn't killed by him? Little Aegon suddenly asked. Danny glanced at the suspected nephew and shook her head. No. Why? The little devil was puzzled. No one would kill their king and their own family in public. At least you wouldn't be so stupid and crazy. But my sister, father, and brother all think that I'm that stupid and crazy. The little devil opened his mouth and revealed an ugly smile. To be honest, I think your sister and brother here. Danny pointed at her temple. It's empty. No, it's not empty. It's stuffed with shit. The little devil put on a straight face and corrected her. Hee hee, the little devil's expression changed. He asked again, are you saying that my father knows that I've been wronged? It's obvious. Clinton was shocked. Then Duke Tywin, why? Ha, now you understand why I can pull the trigger. The little devil's face twisted as he laughed. He asked again, tell me, how did my sister die? Was her head chopped off or eaten by a dragon? I didn't kill her. Why? Didn't you say that the blood feud between Targaryen and Lannister could only be cleansed with blood? Could it be that my sister also killed a certain Lannister and Jaime? To win the queen's favor? The little devil was puzzled. Something like that. Dany nodded with a smile. She really killed Jaime? The little devil's playful smile disappeared as he was stunned. Dany said with a smile, he's not dead yet. But with the speed at which your sister finds wild men, something will happen sooner or later. I realize that your sister is so stupid and crazy that she's more useful to me alive than dead. One Cersei is more lethal to Lannister than 3 Megalosaurus. The dragons would only cause the Lannisters to band together and fight against their enemies. They would even inspire courage and wisdom that they had never had before. But your sister... Ha 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 ha, Dany laughed under Tyrion's stunned gaze and said happily, watching your sister perform on the Iron Throne is far more enjoyable than watching a stage play. Watch her destroy the foundation of Casterly Rock City step by step and establish strong enemies. Watch her throw away the prestige and glory built by Lannister's ancestors. Watch her make the people of the King's Landing and the people of the Seven Kingdoms hate Lannister. I can't even protect such a peerless immortal puppet, so why would I kill her? Tyrion. Chapter 421. Your Majesty, you are ruthless. Tyrion stared with his strange eyes and said dryly. Not just Tyrion, even Clinton, little Aegon, Sister Lemore and the others looked at the Dragon Queen in horror, deeply shocked by her words. What am I ruthless about? I didn't do anything, your sister is stupid and crazy, what does it have to do with me? Dany glared back at the dwarf. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Thinking about it carefully, wasn't that right? The Dragon Queen didn't do anything. She was just watching the show. Was she supposed to help her enemy Lannister clean up the family, so that Casterly Rock would prosper and Lannister on the Iron Throne would remain strong forever? Tyrion's face was twisted, his 2 black holes were sometimes flat and sometimes round, it was terrifying. Finally, he sighed helplessly and muttered, I really should let my father hear the Queen's words. It's the father's fault for not teaching. It's your father's retribution for raising you 3 siblings. Dany smiled lightly. Tyrion sighed again and asked curiously, what stupid thing did my sister do recently? Your sister put 3 LV hats on your brother and planned to give one to her son. She actually arranged for her lover to seduce Tommen's wife and share an adulterer with Queen Marjorie. 7 gods above, this is crazy. Clinton and the others exclaimed, their faces full of disbelief. What's the purpose of her doing this? She can't be communicating with her daughter-in-law Marjorie through that adulterer, right? Tyrion grinned. Cersei used a price of 900,000 gold royals to allow the church to rebuild their armed forces. At this time, a strong-willed archbishop appeared in the church. Dany's words made no sense, everyone was confused and shocked. They were shocked by the restoration of the church's armed forces. They all knew that the war between the Targaryens and the church's armed forces had lasted for several generations and decades. Hundreds of thousands of people had died, and even a few kings had died. After paying a huge price, they were finally able to strip the church of its legitimacy. Even someone as devout as Saint Bailey had never thought of restoring the armed forces of the church. But when it came to Cersei, she didn't feel bad about selling off her grandfather's land. Cersei has gone mad. Clinton sighed. Tyrion rolled his eyes and said, I understand now. This is my sister's style. She can't bear to see someone, especially a woman, even if it's her daughter-in-law, steal the glory that belongs to Queen Cersei. The King's Landing was a huge stage for Cersei alone. There was no room for a second female lead. In particular, the other protagonist was even more brilliant and moving, and was loved by the people of King's Landing. Well, my sister disdains to interact with commoners and is unwilling to spend the effort to act to win the love and respect of commoners. However, she also doesn't allow other women to win the favor of commoners. So she wants to perish together with Margaret and roll in the toilet together? Dany laughed. Tyrion said with a complicated expression, Cersei thinks she can control the archbishop and let the adulterer report Margaret to the church? If the church still has power, then only the archbishop is qualified to judge the crimes of the royal family. Well, you continue to guess. Guess your sister's ending. Dany nodded with a smile. Your Majesty, you said that the new archbishop is tough. Tyrion looked incredulous and said in shock, did he not only accuse Margaret, but also announce my sister's crimes? That adulterer, he confessed my sister's crimes? Sigh, you still underestimate the Great Sparrow. He didn't just announce her crimes. The Great Sparrow is the archbishop's name, Dany added. Tyrion's face changed and exclaimed, impossible. Even if the Great Sparrow restored the armed forces of the church, how much power can he have in such a short time? How can he be a match for the Iron Throne? My father left at least 2,000 of the best Western soldiers in the King's Landing. What's impossible? What did the Great Sparrow do to Cersei? Little Aegon hurriedly asked. Cersei was arrested by the Great Sparrow and locked in the cathedral for several months. In the end, she was paraded naked in the King's Landing to atone for her crimes. Everyone saw it. Dany laughed. Ah, that's too scary. Little Aegon was shocked. Clinton said with a straight face, it's true. Cersei's living is more satisfying for Lannister's enemies than her death. Dany then explained to Tyrion, the Lannister elites in the King's Landing were all buried by the Knights of Flowers on Dragonstone Island. 1,000 died in battle and more than 500 were injured. In the end, only a few hundred soldiers who could run and jump were left to guard Dragonstone Island. Just half a month ago, I joined forces with Tidehead Island, Crab Island, and your old subordinate, Bronn Blackwater, to take Dragonstone Island with 0 casualties. As expected of the elites, the 400 guards resisted tenaciously and only 20 or so survived. Your uncle thought the ransom was too high and didn't ransom them back. He's now mining in the Dragonstone mines. The 2,000 elites Tywin left in the King's Landing were all wiped out. 7 hells. Tyrion slapped his forehead and groaned, Father, oh father, you should be grateful that I got rid of you in advance. Seeing such a stupid sister, you'll die of anger sooner or later. What's the matter with Bronn? Why did he join you? He asked again. You know his wife, Loras, right? After you escaped, Cersei put out a bounty to find a noseless dwarf. After Bronn knew of her hatred for you, he named the bastard son Loras gave birth to Tyrion. Ah! The imp's face twisted. Bronn sucked up to her and made Cersei misunderstand that he was still in contact with me. She wants to kill him. Yes. Dany smiled and nodded. I like your sister's craziness. Now that she was tortured by the Big Sparrow, all the people and nobles of the King's Landing saw her most humiliated side. I think she has the potential to surpass my father. Little Aegon and Clinton looked at each other as if to make sure they were not hallucinating. You know that the Mad King is your father, and you're using him as a benchmark for Cersei? Your Majesty, I can understand that you want to take revenge on Lannister. But the people of the 7 kingdoms are innocent. The divided Westeros are bleeding, and my dear sister can only use salt to stop the pain and heal her wounds. It is time for you to strike out and end the chaos of the 7 kingdoms at once, Tyrion said earnestly. Dany stared at the imp for a while before shaking her head. There are deviant ghosts outside the Great Wall. The long night is coming. Deviant ghosts, the long night? Are you okay? Tyrion asked strangely. Could it be that the Dragon Queen also got mad? Deviant ghosts, it's real. An old voice came from the staircase. Everyone turned around and saw two unsullied carrying a palanquin over. An old man in a grey robe with sparse white hair sat on the sedan. Beside him was a short-haired black-haired girl. "Ah, Scholar Yimont. You're really here." Tyrion was surprised and overjoyed. The sedan landed on the ground. Old Yimont walked down with Larissa's help. He sighed. "Tyrion, I didn't expect the two of us to meet here." "Yes, the first time we met, we were still at the Great Wall. In less than 3 years, we're on the other side of the world." Tyrion sighed as he thought of the days when he toured the Great Wall with Jon Snow. "Dragon!" Little Aegon pointed at Ymont's shoulder and cried out in surprise. Hiss! The palm-sized red dragon was hanging on Ymont's back and climbing up his shoulder. When it heard little Aegon's cry, it spread its blood-red wings and roared at him. Its voice was as soft as a cat's meow, but it was full of energy and had an indescribable majesty. "Red dragon, another dragon?" Clinton and Tyrion were surprised when they saw this. His name is Blood Flame, and his nickname is Little Red. He was born not long ago. Ymont stroked the little dragon's head lovingly and introduced it with a smile. Yes, the red dragon was born. The red dragon was about to break out of its shell at the Great Wall's King's Tower. Because of the three-eyed crow, Dany reduced the number of spiritual bestowments and delayed Little Five's birth. Even when she was on Dragonstone Island, she didn't let the red dragon be born. It was also because she wanted to hatch the dragon in the absolutely safe Slave Bay that Dany left the Westeros on the day she took down Dragonstone Island. No matter how long the three-eyed crow's arm was, it couldn't reach Astapor. The process was similar to when she hatched Little Gold. In front of Ymont, Cora, the centaur maid, and the unsullied, Dany brought Little Five into the world in flames. The others had seen it once, so they weren't too surprised. When old Ymont saw the process of a dragon being born in flames for the first time, he kept shouting, "Miracle, 7 gods above, this is the world's greatest miracle." However, there was a slight difference between Little Five and his 4 brothers. Little Five's body wasn't made of flames. The dragon egg snatched from Volantis belonged to the Targaryens. It came from 250 years ago and hadn't been completely petrified. If a dragon egg was not hatched for a long time, it wouldn't rot like a chicken egg. Instead, it would slowly solidify and turn into stone after 1,000 years. After Little Five was born, Dany was too busy. She had to use the Song of Wind to perfect the 2 meditation techniques of ice and fire. She also had to project her projection and deal with the matters of Braavos and the Narrow Sea. The work of taking care of Little Five was left to old Ymont. Just like how an old man in the countryside went to the city to help his son and daughter-in-law take care of his grandson, old Ymont couldn't be more satisfied with the young dragon. The Colosseum behind the Great Pyramid had been transformed into a dragon cave by the Dragon Queen a long time ago. It wasn't a place for the Megalosaurus to live in. There was only a herd of cattle and sheep for the Megalosaurus to eat when they were hungry. The lesson of the Targaryen Megalosaurus degenerating generation after generation in the Dragon Cave was too tragic. Dany had never forgotten. She wouldn't let the Megalosaurus live in the cave again. Ymont was like Dany in the past. He was training the young dragon to fly and hunt in the Dragon Cave. 2 days ago, Larissa came to Astapor and became the old scholar's assistant apprentice again. Yes, she continued her studies with Ymont during the day. After dinner, the Dragon Queen would teach this disciple about fire witchcraft. Is this the red dragon hatched from the dragon egg snatched from Volantis? Seeing the true dragon up close, Tyrion was inexplicably excited. He wanted to reach out and touch the dragon's little head like old Ymont. He heard that the Megalosaurus body was boiling hot. He didn't know if it was true. Would it be comfortable to touch? No, there was no doubt that it would be more comfortable to touch than Sansa's Hanako. Although he always wanted to touch it, he pretended to be a gentleman and resisted. This is Targaryen's dragon egg. The Bravosi stole 3 dragon eggs from Dragonstone Island 250 years ago, old Yamant said angrily. There's such a thing. I've never heard of it. The little demon said in surprise. If we find another dragon egg, can it still hatch a dragon? Since Bravosi stole 3, why didn't they ask for the other 2? Also, where are the other dragons? Little Aegon looked around. The other dragons have been sent away by me. Dany muttered in her heart. She didn't know if Dahe had a premonition. Before Aegon and the others went upstairs, Dahe had taken his brothers to the mountains to hunt in advance. After Dahe and the others finished their dinner, Dany quietly asked the dragon spirits to go to the 5-dragon cave to rest for a few days. Dany planned to let the Megalosaurus return after appraising the quality of this cheap nephew of hers. The Bravosi sent the dragon eggs away and handed them to the Dragon Breeders Association of the Allied Army, old Yamant said helplessly. Then, he noticed little Aegon's appearance and asked in surprise, "Child, are you really Aegon?" Being suspected again and again, little Aegon felt suffocated. His face turned red and he said loudly, "Of course, I'm the son of Rhaegar and Ilya, Aegon Targaryen." "Child, don't be angry," old Yamant sensed his displeasure and comforted him softly. "This is a serious matter, we have to be careful." The old man looked at Dany again and sighed. Varys's arrangement is not appropriate. He should have at least told Dany earlier. Chapter 422. At the banquet, Dany sat at the head of the table. On her left were Ymont, Jorah Mormont, Irri, and Jichi. On her right was little Aegon, followed by John Clinton, followed by the imp, Sister Lemore, Scholar Halden, Riverbend blacksmith's son Raleigh, and Tyrion's rumored girlfriend the dwarf Fanny. In fact, Grey Worm and Dany's blood guards were outside the city. It wouldn't take much time if they were called over, but tonight's banquet was a little special. Little Aegon's identity was awkward, so it wasn't good to let too many people know before confirming his identity. However, when the centaur maids took their seats, little Aegon, Clinton, and the others still turned to look at them. In theory, maids weren't qualified to sit at the same table as their masters, not to mention that there were many guests here. Dany pointed at Irri and Jichi who were sitting and introduced, "The tall and strong one is Irri, and the other is Jichi. They are about the same age as me and have accompanied me for many years. They are my trusted maids and also the First Madam of Astapor." The First Madam is a noble. According to the Westeros, they are court ladies with the title of Count. Irri and Jichi stood up and proudly performed a Dothraki salute to the guests opposite them. At this moment, the strange expressions on little Aegon, Clinton, and Tyrion's faces disappeared. They looked at the centaur maids with a trace of respect in their eyes and returned the salute with a serious attitude. Oh, it was that realistic. The women of Slave Bay currently only had 3 ranks, Young Madam, Madam, and First Madam, corresponding to Knight, Sir, and Count respectively. However, the titles of women only had honor and status. They didn't have land and couldn't be passed down. They were equivalent to the Westeros court knights. Currently, the highest title in Slave Bay was Clayans, Count of Shattered Shackles. In terms of status, it was the same as Irri and Jichi. White Knights and Blood Guards did not have a noble title, but their status was naturally higher than others. Dinner was sumptuous. Roasted lamb chops, Dothraki blood sausages dripping with oil, fresh and tender beef and coconut soup, salmon sashimi, chopped pepper fish head, mushroom stewed chicken, steamed crabs the size of a bowl, braised lobsters the length of an arm, roasted apples that emitted a cinnamon aroma, and fruit cakes sprinkled with sugar. There seems to be some strange food? Tyrion and the others looked at the huge fish head on the plate and looked at each other, not knowing how to eat it. In the queen's territory, the queen was in charge. She liked to mix different styles of food and eat whatever she wanted. As for how the others felt, she didn't care at all. She's already the queen, so why can't she have some privileges? After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the people at the table began to talk. "Sir Clinton, with all due respect, are you Earl Clinton of Vulture's Nest Castle?" Old Ymont wiped the grease at the corner of his mouth with a napkin and looked at the weathered man opposite him. Well, Danny had wanted to ask this question for a long time. John, may I ask which John are you? This was also why Jorah Mormont was not as good as Barristan. Bear Island was too remote and the social circle was too narrow. There were too many nobles in Westeros, hundreds of earl families and thousands of productive knights. It was useless to just remember people's names, as there were too many names. Big Bear's Bear Island was remote and his family was very poor. Everyone knew that the poorer a person was, the less social they had. In fact, following Ned Stark to participate in the War of the Usurpers was the first time Mormont had left the Northern Territory in his life. Barristan was different. His family's fief was richer. As a legendary white knight who had become famous at a young age and had a noble status, he had made friends with too many nobles in King's Landing. Therefore, when Clinton came to find him, even though he heard that Barristan was not in Astapor and knew that Mormont had always been in Slave Bay, he did not say that he was looking for Mormont. Instead, he claimed to be Barristan's old friend. In fact, Clinton was also an honest person. Everything he said was the truth. He had also heard of Jorah Mormont. Who in Westeros didn't know Mormont, who had lost his honor and run away with his wife? But Barristan was really the only person he knew in Slave Bay. If old Bart was here, he would recognize Clinton at a glance. Old Yamont was also familiar with the noble families of the Seven Kingdoms, but he had been at the Great Wall for more than half a century and only knew their names, not their faces. Again, John Clinton was also very famous in Westeros. Dany, Mormont, and Yamont all knew the Mad King's Hand of the King, Prince Lega's close friend, really gay, John Clinton. It was because they knew that Clinton had been dead for many years that they were not sure if the person in front of them was really that Clinton. I am the Hand of the King who was exiled by King Aerys, and also the Earl of Vulture's Nest Castle. The identity of the Hand of the King reminded him of the unbearable past, the Battle of the Bell. The wine in his mouth became bitter and sour. After recounting how he faked his death to raise little Aegon, Clinton said with a sad expression, "I've let King Aerys down, I've let Prince Lega down, I've let you down, Your Majesty Daenerys." Everyone who knew about the Battle of the Bell naturally understood why Clinton was apologizing and regretting it. "Sir, you don't have to apologize." Dany waved her hand and said solemnly, "You upheld your honor and did not kill the innocent men, women, and children of Shirtang Town. This behavior is highly commendable. You should be proud. But I missed the opportunity. I let go of the best opportunity to kill Robert for nothing," Clinton said in shock. Dany looked around at everyone, taking in their expressions. "Nephew, what do you think?" she asked little Aegon. The silver-haired youth was stunned for a while and said uncertainly, "You're asking me? Other than you, who else here is my nephew?" Dany said calmly. Little Aegon looked conflicted. He was relieved that the Dragon Queen had indirectly acknowledged his identity, but he also felt helpless about her attitude toward the younger generation. Although he was indeed her nephew, he should also be her husband. "Can't she call me by my name? I'm more than half a year older than her." Although he thought so, his expression revealed most of his thoughts. This is a youth who is not very scheming. Varys and Clinton have protected him well. Dany thought. Sir Clinton upholds his honor as a knight. This is right, little Aegon said thoughtfully. But the people of Shirtang Town are not innocent. They are all covering for the usurper and are the king's enemies. Their actions are treasonous. Although burning to death is cruel, it is not excessive. That makes sense. Dany nodded and turned to the little devil. "What do you think?" "Don't ask me what I think. His Majesty should ask me what I would do," Tyrion said as he put down his fork. "Well, if it were you, what would you do?" "Without a doubt, I would do whatever my father did. My Aunt Xena always said that I am more like Lord Tywin's son than Jaime," Tyrion said with a smile. "What would Duke Tywin do? Burn down the town?" Little Aegon asked. "He won't enter the town to search for Robert," Tyrion said with a shrug. "He'll just surround the town and set it on fire." Dany nodded and said, "This is indeed Tywin's style. Look at what he has done to Hejin County. The granary of the Seven Kingdoms is now thousands of miles wide, starving people are everywhere, and the villages have withered. Clack! Tyrion snapped his fingers and said with a smile, "That's right. He burned the enemy's territory, destroyed production, killed the people, and attacked the lord of the territory. Unfortunately, he still lost to the young Wolf Master in a direct battle. After the War of the Four Kings, the broken Hejin County became a burden to the Iron Throne. Look at your sister's fate. If it was not for the famine in Hejin County, why would so many poor people go to the King's Landing to be sparrows?" Dany said coldly. Tyrion was stunned for a moment before he smiled and asked, if His Majesty was in Sir Clinton's position, what would he do? As soon as he said that, everyone at the table stopped eating and stared at Dragon Queen's face. Everyone wanted to know what kind of choice she would make under such a dilemma. "Well, I haven't been to Stonehall Town, so I'm not sure," Dany said slowly. "What do you mean?" Tyrion asked in confusion. "I'm not sure if the terrain around Stonehall Town is suitable for an ambush," Dany said honestly. "An ambush?" Everyone was confused. Everyone wanted to know what choice she would make between honor and responsibility. How did she end up talking about an ambush? "I know that Robert is in Stonehall Town, and so do the reinforcements. So here's the problem. Since I know that the reinforcements are anxious to save Stonehall Town, why can't I set up an ambush at the strategic location leading to Stonehall Town? So what if I kill Robert?" Hejin County, the Northern Territory, and Arryn Valley had all raised their banners in rebellion. If Robert was killed, the rebel army would become a powerful force. Perhaps without Robert there was a chance that the rebels would surrender. But even if the rebels surrender, they will definitely ask the Iron Throne to not hold them responsible for the rebellion. They have the power to make this request. Then what? 4 of the 7 kingdoms are in rebellion, and the Iron Throne is powerless to punish them. How can the Wong family maintain its prestige? Might as well go all the way and kill all the rebels. Robert, let him stay in Stonetown. It just so happens that Ed Stark, Jon Arryn, and Hodely Tully came together. At that time, Count Clinton led the soldiers from High Court and the King's Domain, and their military strength was about the same as the rebels. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to fight the Battle of the Bell into a 50-50 battle under the premise of being ambushed. In this way, they would be able to ambush the marching troops in a dangerous place. They would be able to achieve a complete victory, wouldn't they? Kill these 3 dukes and cripple the reinforcements of the 3 kingdoms. Robert of Stonehall Town will die sooner or later. Even with Robert's courage and impulsiveness, he will definitely run out when he sees the flames of war outside the town. Then, I just need to arrange a team of 20 people in advance to guard the town gate. No matter how strong Robert is, he can't fight 20 people alone, right? In this battle, the 4 dukes will all be caught. Dany looked at Tyrion, whose jaw almost dropped to the dining table, and asked, "If I kill the 4 dukes and the 4 kingdoms alliance in one battle, will your father immediately kneel in front of me and call me father? Who in the 7 kingdoms would dare to covet the Iron Throne?" Tyrion's eyes bulged, his mouth wide open, and he was dumbstruck. Jon Clinton had a dazed expression, his jaw dropping to the ground. Little Aegon felt like he was in a dream. Lemore, Scholar Sai, and Dukfai's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets and onto the ground. Even old Aemon was in a daze, staring blankly. Only Jorah Mormont, who had followed the Dragon Queen for many years, was immune to her unexpected strategies. As for Irri and Jichi, the centaur maids ate and drank as they should. They didn't think much of the shocked crowd. How can you ordinary people compare to Khaleesi? Making a fuss over nothing. Chapter 423. Snore Snore. The silence of the banquet was broken by the sound of sucking viscous liquid. Tyrion pulled back his eyes, closed his jaw, which had almost touched the table, and closed his flared nostrils. Then he turned his head in the direction of the sound. He saw the plump centaur maid, Kiki, using a napkin to wrap a large fish head, sucking on the fish brain with her plump red lips. The centaur maid noticed everyone's gaze and blushed. She mumbled, "That's how you eat fish heads. It's really delicious. You can try it." Okay." Tyrion rubbed his nose awkwardly. Then, he turned to the dragon queen who was sipping her wine and said, "I've been to Stonehall Town. It's surrounded by rivers and mountains. There are quite a few dangerous places. One man can hold the pass and 10,000 can't pass." Clinton had just come back to his senses when he heard Tyrion's words. He didn't even have to think carefully to name 7 or 8 good places to set up an ambush. The more he thought about it, the more he regretted it. He hated himself for being useless. Then, he used his head as a muddy shoehorn and knocked it hard on the thick oak table. Bam bam bam, the sound of the porcelain voice frightened everyone. "Sir, what's wrong? Are you drunk?" Tyrion and little Aegon immediately held the crazy Clinton. When they held his head up, everyone saw that there were 2 streaks of tears on Clinton's weathered face. "I'm so stupid, really. I only knew to set fire to the town and thought that everything would be fine after I killed Robert. I didn't know that I could ambush the reinforcements of the 3 dukes." The exiled hand of the king mumbled with a hoarse voice. "Sir, don't blame yourself." Old Yamont looked at Dany with a complicated expression and sighed. It's been 16 years since the Battle of the Bell. During that time, countless famous generals of the 7 kingdoms and even the continent of Ursos have discussed the process of the battle. But they only argued about personal glory or fulfilling the responsibilities of the hand of the king. No one was like Dany. When everyone heard this, their expressions were complicated. They looked at the dragon lady with a hint of respect. Tyrion thought for a moment, then looked at Dany and asked, "If Stonehall Town is located in the plains and there are no dangerous places nearby, will His Majesty choose to burn the town?" "There are no dangerous places near the town. Don't you know how to create one yourself?" Dany glanced at him and said indifferently. How?" "Seal off the town first. Only entry and exit are allowed. Arrange for the archers to occupy the most dangerous street, which is the place with the most towers and the most densely packed. Aren't there many clock towers in Stonehall Town?" The reason why it was called the Battle of the Ringing Bells was because bells would ring throughout the town during the chaotic battle. Then find the street block with the most clock towers, hide archers on the roofs on both sides of the street, set up crossbows, hide pikemen in the houses on both sides of the street, and hide a group of heavy cavalry at the end of the street. In this way, that street block will be set up as a death zone for the rebels, waiting for Ide and Stark to come in. Jon Arryn isn't stupid. Why didn't he retreat when he was attacked?" Tyrion asked in confusion. "Hey, you're still asking such a simple question." Dany looked at him with disdain. When she looked up, she saw many pairs of eyes that were as confused as the little demons. She sighed and said helplessly, "The royalists don't know anything about Robert's location. It's obvious that the rebels outside the town don't know anything about the situation inside the town. But I already have the information advantage because I'm in Stonehall Town." I still don't understand," Tyrion said blankly. "Arrange a group of soldiers near the ambush point and pretend to besiege Robert's residence." What would Ed Stark do if, as soon as he entered the town, he heard the soldiers of the royal family shouting, "Here's Robert, don't let Robert go, oh, Robert's fierce, come on, Robert's tired. Damn, Your Majesty, you're so shameless." But even if this method didn't sound honorable, it didn't burn the civilians and didn't throw away the honor of the knights. Tyrion and the others were stunned again. But what if Robert ran out and exposed the trap? Little Aegon asked. "Didn't I say it before? The sharpshooters occupy all the clock towers, and the town is in my hands. As long as there's no evenly matched battle, if Robert dares to show his head, I'll immediately shoot him into a sieve. Then, I'll shout Robert is dead, and even cut off Robert's head and put it on a spear, bringing it to the front of the army. The rebels will naturally be defeated. I don't need to tell you what to do next, right?" Little Aegon was still unconvinced and continued, "What if Robert doesn't show up and arranges for the townspeople to come out and shout? Sigh, as soon as the townspeople come out, the Queen will know where Robert is hiding. Plus, normal townspeople don't have the guts to openly go against the king. Even if there were bold people who wanted to fight for riches and honor and didn't fear death, Aida didn't dare to believe them. Because the Queen can also send people disguised as townspeople to shout 'Robert is here, save Robert.'" Tyrion quickly followed Dany's train of thought. Dany continued, "If you don't want to kill 4 dukes in one battle, it can be simpler. You just need to ambush the archers and cavalry at the entrance of the town, and wait for the 3 dukes to come with reinforcements. Kill 1 or 2 of them, and Robert won't be able to hold back. Wait for him to raise his hammer and charge out with a roar, then use the prepared crossbows to kill him, and the battle will be reversed immediately. That is to say, from the moment Robert escaped into Stonehall Town alone, the Royalists have no chance of losing. It's just a matter of winning more or less." Bam, bam, bam. Clinton banged his head on the table again. "I'm so stupid, really. I only know that setting fire to the town and sending people to search for Robert. I didn't know that ambushing the 3 dukes' reinforcements would be so easy," he cried out loud. Dukefai and Little Aegon quickly went up to comfort him. Dany, Ymont was gratified and happy for the Dragon Queen's unconstrained battle wisdom, but he had a reproachful expression on his face. Dany shrugged, looking innocent. "Sigh, now I finally understand why the guy's army lost so badly." Tyrion scratched the back of his head and sighed as if he was glad and regretful. If Her Majesty was the eldest daughter and was born 30 years earlier, the War of the Usurpers would have had a different ending. If the Dragon Queen was born 30 years earlier, with her viciousness and cunning, his father would have been reduced to ashes. And the nobles of the 7 kingdoms, those who were obsessed with power games, would have already knelt on the ground and licked the Queen's feet. The War of the Usurpers, Balon's rebellion, the 4 Kings' rebellion, and now the Crow's Feast were all gone. The people lived in peace and the Westeros were thriving. It seemed beautiful too. "You can't be born 30 years earlier, or we centaurs won't have Khaleesi." Jichi put down the bone and said unhappily. Irri nodded in agreement. Dosh Kalen said that Khaleesi will fulfill the ancient prophecy and ride the Megalosaurus to unify the Dothraki Sea and become the strongest Khal in history. Dothraki also has an ancient prophecy? The child of the prophecy, Yesor Ahai. Tyrion was surprised. Irri tilted her head and thought for a moment. Maybe it's the child of the prophecy. After all, Khaleesi also said that there are deviants on the Great Wall and the night is coming. The centaurs should also have their own child of the prophecy. But it's not Yesor Ahai. In Dothraki, it's called Ride the Steed of the World. Alright, don't talk about the centaur's prophecy in front of outsiders. Dany waved her hand. She didn't want to hide anything, but she didn't trust the Dosh Kalen's prophecy at all. That's right, Ride the Steed of the World wasn't prepared just for Dany Rise. A long, long time ago, there was a prophecy among the Dothraki that the strongest Khal would appear in the Sea of Grass. His Khalasar would cover the entire land, countless in number, and the Arak scimitar in his hand would be as sharp as grass. The Dosh Kalen believed that Dany Rise's son Leg was the person in the prophecy. Obviously, if Dany didn't transmigrate, that kid wouldn't even have a chance to be born. There really are deviants? Tyrion observed her expression and changed the topic. He could tell that the Dragon Queen didn't want to talk about the centaur's prophecy, and he was indeed more curious about deviants. It's true. Old Ymont looked at little Aegon with a complicated expression, and slowly told him about Dany's experience at the Great Wall. Few people knew that Prince Liga had written a letter to Ymont on the Great Wall on the day Aegon was born. Liga told Ymont that he might not be the child of prophecy, and that the newly born Aegon was the true child of prophecy. When little Aegon was born, there really was a red deviant star in the sky above the King's Landing, which happened to match Asha's prophecy. Before today, old Ymont didn't take Liga's words to heart. Liga and little Aegon died 16 years ago, and the child of prophecy wouldn't die. This meant that Liga and little Aegon weren't the child of prophecy. On the contrary, after meeting Dany, he firmly believed that she was the child of prophecy. Although she firmly denied it from the beginning. But now, well, under the influence of the Dragon Queen, the old man didn't care too much about the Asha prophecy now. But the prophecy was related to the authenticity of little Aegon's identity. This was a very serious problem. If the Forest Witch's prophecy was true, the child of prophecy would be born from Aerys and Layla's bloodline. Then excluding Dany, she was a devout believer of the seven gods, and wouldn't become a believer of the Red God, so she might not be the child of prophecy. Other than him and Dany, there was a third Targaryen who had to be alive to fulfill the prophecy. And he must be of Liga's bloodline. Because the long night was coming, Viserys was dead, and Dany's offspring had yet to be born, so they couldn't become the child of prophecy. Only Liga's children fit the age. Thinking about it this way, there was a very high chance that little Aegon was real. Dany, what do you think about little Aegon? After the introduction of the other ghosts, it was already late, and the banquet was over. Irri brought Aegon, Clinton, and the others downstairs to settle down. When they heard the news about the other ghosts, they were very shocked and didn't discuss Aegon's identity anymore. Perhaps, they planned to talk to Dany alone tomorrow. Then old Ymont came to Dany's bedroom. Do you think he's real or fake? Ymont asked. I don't know. Dany stroked Little Red's wings with a helpless expression. Yes, Ymont took care of Little Red during the day, but she had to sleep with her mother at night. Dany wanted to cultivate a relationship with him in preparation for the future dragon spirit. Varys definitely has the ability to cheat, but the question is whether he's loyal to us Targaryens, and whether he's willing to do so. She sighed. Chapter 424. There were two people in the Westeros that Dany could not see through. The first one was Stannis. Everyone said that he was resilient, upright, fair, responsible, and adhered to his duties as a minister and a ruler. After a few days of contact, Dany found that the guy was indeed stubborn, inflexible, and determined. He had a bottom line compared to most of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. More importantly, Erlu had fallen to such a state, but many nobles were still loyal to him. The nobles of Stormlands, the nobles of River Bend, and the vassals of Dragonstone Island. The most classic example was Davos, the Onion Knight. The Onion Knight could be said to be the last knight with true chivalry after Aerys. During Robert's reign, among the rotten Westeros knights, the Onion Knight was the only shining point. Loyal, fearless, trustworthy, sincere, wise, loyal, dedicated, then, the Onion Knight was completely loyal to Stannis. This did not mean that Erlu was like the Onion Knight and had chivalry. But at the very least, Erlu had some qualities that made him charismatic. But Erlu killed his brother, and Erlu sacrificed Lalo. Facing the Dragon Queen, who rode alone to the wall, the shadow in his heart began to stir. Actually, just killing his brother alone would never be enough to clear his name. Erlu seemed to have a split personality, which Dany could not figure out. The other man was shrouded in a layer of mist, a half-man. It was Varys, the eight-clawed spider. Dany did not know what he wanted or what he wanted. According to the plot of the last season of Game of Thrones, Varys wanted peace. He always stood on the side of the Westeros and maintained the stability of the Seven Kingdoms by himself. When the Mad King went mad, he betrayed him and joined Robert, who brought peace to the Seven Kingdoms. When Robert declined, he joined Lannister. When he saw that Joffrey and Cersei were even crazier than the Mad King, he joined Dany and Lys. Then, when he saw Dany Rhys burning the Westeros nobles who were unwilling to surrender with her dragon flames, he discovered that she had also awakened the Mad Blood and was unfit to ascend the Iron Throne and become the king of the Seven Kingdoms. After that, he planned to work with Snowball to get rid of the queen and help Snowball ascend to the throne. In the end, he died. As a traitor to Dany, Rhys died under the dragon flames. Varys' death became another example of Dany Lilith's brutality. At the same time, the dead Varys was almost whitewashed as a saint in Journey to Power. In his eyes, there was no king, only the interests of the people. Whoever was good to the people, whoever could make the 7 kingdoms better, he would support that person. In fact, Varus became the vanguard of weakening the monarchy, denying the divine right of kings, and advocating democracy and equality. What the fuck? According to Danny's thoughts, the plot of Journey to Power was too different from the real world. The plot could not be trusted, but the character's personality should not have changed and could be used as a reference. Then, could Varus' personality be used as a reference in Journey to Power? Unfortunately, she could not do it. Firstly, Varus was a foreigner. He was a Lys who grew up in the free cities. Why would he care about the life and death of the Westeros? Could it be that the Westeros were the center of the world, the lighthouse of civilization? In terms of technological level, cultural development, historical background, and political system, the Westeros were not as good as Volantis or Braavos. What center of civilization? That did not make sense. Secondly, Varys had once instigated the relationship between Rhaegar and Aerys, causing Aerys to be suspicious of the crown prince. At that time, there were indeed nobles who secretly discussed launching the Great Council, planning to let the increasingly crazy Aerys retire early, but Rhaegar refused. Varys' instigation forced the wise and powerful Prince Rhaegar to stay away from the court, unable to participate in the politics of the King's Landing. The country was falling apart day by day, and Targaryen's rule was in danger. Finally, when it came to dealing with Viserys and Dany Lys, Varys did not act like a loyal Targaryen minister at all. A truly loyal minister would be like Sir William Darry, raising the princess and the prince well, giving them a peaceful and prosperous life, teaching them etiquette, reason, knowledge, and martial skills. Instead of raising them half-dead like wild dogs, while sending messages to Robert to arrange for assassins to assassinate the siblings, he secretly arranged for people to rescue them before the assassins arrived. Back and forth like this, unsurprisingly, the once gentle second brother went crazy, and the once lively and lovely little princess became autistic. Well, Dany's second brother, Viserys, was once a sensible and refined young man who cared for his sister and was well-educated and reasonable. The former instructor of the Red Keep, Sir William Darry, raised the prince so well that he was almost a second Rhaegar. But no matter how good a person was, being hunted from the age of 13 until the age of 23 would awaken the family's mad blood. Finally, looking at the Westeros now, were they better than the time of Aerys? Obviously not. Ethics collapsed, the economy withered, the government was paralyzed, and the people had no way to make a living. The Westeros today were a few hundred streets worse than the time of the Mad King. It was still the same old saying, no matter how mad the Mad King was, he would not torture the country or the people. He was also very diligent and thrifty. The national treasury was abundant, and every family had surplus food. "You have warned me many times that Varys cannot be trusted," Dany said. Old Ymont nodded and sighed. "Although I was at the Great Wall, I have been paying attention to the King's Landing. If not for Varys' slanderous words in front of your father, the Spring of Error would not have happened." "Then do you think Little Griffin is Aegon?" Dany asked again. "This." Ymont hesitated at first, then his expression became certain. "There is at least an 80% chance that Aegon is real, and he is even the legendary child of prophecy." Old master, are you not acclimatized?" "Your brain, no, Astapor's climate is warm, not much different from the old town. It is very suitable for an old man like me to retire." Ymont shook his head, and told her about how Liga had written to him and told him that Aegon was born on an alien planet. If the prophecy is true, then there must be someone of Liga's bloodline who survived. "I am guessing that he is Aegon," the old scholar concluded solemnly. Dany looked at him strangely. The old man had guessed correctly. Liga did have a posthumous child, and his bloodline was indeed the child of prophecy. But he was not Little Griffin, but Jon Snow from the Great Wall. "Old master, let me ask you something." Dany thought for a while, and decided to give a little spoiler, in case the old man really poured his heart out to the unknown Little Griffin. "You really think Liga kidnapped Lyanna?" she asked. "That counts as abduction." Old Ymont's expression changed, and he said hesitantly, with Liga's character, I did not believe that he would do that, but this is the truth, and everyone knows it. Danny shook her head, and said, Liga is handsome, noble, melancholy, gentle, and powerful in martial arts. He can play the piano, sing, recite poems, and paint. There is no girl in the 7 kingdoms who does not love him. Lyanna is a little girl from the north who has never seen the world. How can she resist the temptation of a man of the highest quality? If Liga is really interested in a woman, why would he need to snatch her? My second brother Viserys, at his craziest, would only use his good looks and those flowery words that no one would believe to trick a woman's body. Forcing a woman is too low class. How can Liga do something like that? Could it be that they are in love with each other? Ymont said in a low voice. Let me ask you again, how long has Liga and Lyanna been together? Danny said. Almost a year has passed since he abducted Lyanna and appeared in front of the world again. After Ymont finished speaking, he was stunned, and a complicated expression of shock and absurdity gradually appeared on his face. After a long while, he said in a dry voice, Are you saying that they might have an illegitimate child? Danny shrugged, and said with an indifferent smile, A man and a woman alone together for a year, they can't just look at the stars and the moon every day, can they? Actually, I am very puzzled as to why no one in the 7 kingdoms has ever suspected the illegitimate child. Could it be that you have all been brainwashed by the 3-eyed crow? This. Old Ymont came to a sudden realization. This is really possible. If the illegitimate child is the child of prophecy, the 3-eyed crow might have really sealed off the news about him to protect the identity of the child of prophecy. When Danny saw the old man's expression that said, It's not that we are too stupid, it's all the 3-eyed crow's fault for distorting our minds, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Let alone the 3-eyed crow, even if 10 true gods worked together, they would not be able to influence the minds of millions of Westeros, she said in annoyance. Then why didn't we think about the illegitimate child? It can't be that we are all idiots, right? Old Ymont retorted. We are all idiots. Danny wanted to say this. The old man's expression turned grave, and he said in a deep voice, The more I think about it, the more I feel that something is amiss. There are too many loopholes. There should have been 3 white knights by Liga's side, White Bull, Giro Hyder, Dawn Divine Sword Arthur Dane, and Helen Castle's Sir Oswyr Hone. But when he appeared at King's Landing, he was alone, and he left the white knights in Dorne's blissful tower to look after them. His expression changed drastically, and he spat out a name in disbelief, Lyanna. Liga asked the 3 white knights to look after Lyanna, but why? Ned Stark, he brought people to Blissful Tower to look for his sister, but he only brought back Lyanna's corpse. All the white knights died in battle, and I'd kept silent about the battle. How did Lyanna die? Ymont slowly closed his eyes, and after thinking for a while, he slowly opened them again. A look of disbelief flashed across his blue eyes, and his lips trembled as he said, Jon Snow. When I'd returned from Dorne, other than Lyanna's corpse, he also brought back an illegitimate child. Lyanna died in childbirth, and the child is Liga's. 7 levels of hell. The old man held his head, and moaned softly, No wonder, I feel an inexplicable sense of closeness to Jon, no wonder, Jon's birth mother has always been a mystery, and Ned Stark never mentioned that woman, and did not even mention her name to Jon. This is not normal, it is not logical, why didn't we suspect it before? A handsome man and an adult woman have been together for a year, both of them are healthy, and both of them desire each other. What can they do, what can they do? Giving birth to an illegitimate child is a matter of course, why didn't anyone think of it before? 3-eyed crow, blind in River Wen. It's all him, he's the one who's controlling everything in the dark. Old Ymont said through gritted teeth. Old Ymont's reaction shocked Danny greatly. She did not expect that the old man would instantly discover the truth with just a few hints, and she did not even give any more hints. It was completely based on the old man's wisdom and experience. Could it be that the old man's IQ soared after he left the Westeros? Danny, did you already know about Jon's identity? Old Ymont suddenly raised his head, and stared at Danny. Chapter 425. Danny, did you already know about it? Yimont's eyes lit up, and he looked at Danny. No, what? I don't know anything. Danny had to deny it, of course. She still remembered how she taught John how to become a shadow-binding soldier, and every time they went on an adventure, she would let John take the lead, and he would be accompanied by the dragon faction's most loyal minister, Sir Elisa. She also dug many holes in the Great Wall. Night Watchers couldn't participate in the Seven Kingdoms politics, and she also praised the Night Watchers' glory to the point that they would be crushed if they fell. She also reinforced the belief that if one wore black clothes, he would be a Night Watcher forever. The Night Watchers' power couldn't be used for private purposes, and they couldn't fight for power for some people or some kings. She also destroyed the Child of Prophecy's sanctity and cut off the Child of Prophecy's ability to summon heroes, unless it was to defend the Great Wall and fight against the deviant ghosts. There were many more holes, and Danny would look for every opportunity to dig holes. There were so many holes that she couldn't remember them all. This was why she couldn't admit that she already knew about John's identity. Since I entered Dorne, the three-eyed crow controlled my thoughts and twisted my will. So, what could I possibly know? I almost couldn't come back, and it was you who kept reminding me to leave the Great Wall. Did you forget? I even neglected the most basic safety, and I was rash. It was the three-eyed crow who controlled me. At that time, I didn't even have the most basic rationality, and I couldn't control what I said or did. How could I deduce John's identity with the rich experience and profound wisdom you accumulated over 100 years? Danny's words were reasonable, and her voice was filled with grievances. When Yimont heard this, he felt guilty. Danny's thoughts were controlled by the three-eyed crow, and even an old man like him had his vision obstructed by a layer of fog for more than 10 years. If he hadn't left the Westeros and escaped the three-eyed crow's range of control, he wouldn't have been able to deduce John's identity. Everything was the three-eyed crow's fault. That damned Blinden River Wen. As expected, illegitimate children were naturally despicable. Oh, that might not be the case. Jon Snow is also an illegitimate child. Except for his love for Stark, he was a good young man. At the same time, at the Great Wall of the Northern Region, Commander Tower. Jon Snow, the new commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers, shuddered and withdrew from the crow spirit state. Achoo, achoo. Jon blew his nose and murmured, I can't sneak out in the middle of the night to fool around with Jacqueline anymore. Now that I'm the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers, I should lead by example. I can't. Well, Mole Village has prospered a lot lately, and a lot of prostitutes and peasant women who couldn't get along in Hearthstone and Carho have come to Mole Village to make a living. The Queen kept her word and gave the Night Watchman silver deer every month. The money was all spent in the Mole Village. Moreover, the Queen had said that a man's normal physiological behavior was not a big mistake. After all, the long night is coming, and the men of the Night Watchers are going to fight for their lives. A little mistake is not a mistake. After murmuring like this, Jon felt at ease again. At most, he would reduce the frequency of his dates with Jacqueline. Jon sat behind the desk and said to the empty chair opposite him, Lord Mormont, please help me tell Jacqueline that I won't be going to the top of the Great Wall to meet her tonight. I have a cold. Jon, you've been led astray. Jon, you've grown up. You're a man now. Jon blushed and said helplessly, I don't want to either. It's Jacqueline. She said that if I don't go to her, she'll come and steal from me in the middle of the night. Liar, liar. Think about it. You really want her. I saw it and heard it. You still want Vayne. No, no, I don't want Vayne, Jon quickly denied. Think about it. You used my body to peek at her bathing and watch her do herself. You want to go, stop it. Jon's face was as red as Monkey's butt. He quickly changed the topic. Corn, Lord Mormont, do you want corn? Corn. There was no one in the office of the commander's tower except for Jon. But someone responded to him. In the identity of the former commander-in-chief, Dio Mormont, he responded to him. Flap flap flap. A big black crow flew up from the back of the chair and flapped its wings around John, cawing, "John, corn, corn." If any night watcher walked into this stone room, they would be able to recognize the big black crow at a glance. It was the pet crow that Commander Mormont had domesticated for many years. It could speak human language, understand human language, and communicate with people. It was a very smart crow. Everyone knew that Elder Bear was inseparable from the crow. He would take it with him wherever he went. Elder Bear also put the crow on his shoulder when he led 300 rangers on an expedition to the frontier. In Castle Castle, when Elder Bear was killed by the night watchers who violated the guests' rights, the crow was on the roof beam. Then, the crow followed Sam and Gilly all the way to the wall. When it saw Blackhand send Sam into the stone cave, it flew to the Long Night Keep, found Sam again, and returned to Dark Castle with him. The crow also saw the Dragon Queen, but the Dragon Queen's attention was never on a normal crow. After that, the crow stayed in the crow's nest until the Dragon Queen left. Stannis and the red-robed woman moved out of the commander's tower and went to the king's tower where the queen used to live. The crow then returned to its old home. Until now, when the new commander moved in. Jon immediately opened the drawer and took out a handful of golden corn. He handed it to the red-eyed crow and said, "Lord Mormont, after you send a message to Jedrit, please go to the haunted forest again and see if you can find Tormund, the giant's nemesis. Tell him that Targaryen is a man of his word." The Dragon Queen was a woman of her words. As soon as she left the wall, she started to fulfill her promise. At this time, the Queen's White Knight, Sir Jarrow Dane, was leading a fleet from Braavos. 80 ships, tens of thousands of tons of supplies, enough for 100,000 barbarians to eat for a few years. Jon said a lot. He was not worried that the crow would not remember, because he knew that this was not a normal crow. In the depths of the crow's soul, there was the figure of Jiro Mormont. He also found it by accident. Although the legendary demigod Tam's secret manual, that the Dragon Queen gave him was a bit of a cheat, the meditation technique of Tam's master was very authentic. Just like the complete reality chi cultivation technique, in the Legend of the Condor Heroes, compared to the 9-Yin manual, 9-Yang manual, and Xiantian technique, there was a huge gap. But no one could deny that the complete reality chi cultivation technique was an authentic Taoist, and was most suitable for Foundation establishment. It was the same for Tam's meditation technique. Compared to the Great Wizard's inheritance and the Green Prophet's inheritance, its level was a bit low, but there were no side effects. It was the purest shadow binding meditation technique. Otherwise, Tam would not have become a big shot in Volantis at such a young age. Yes, Tam's role was similar to Mayu, and Kuei-shi was one of the 5 unique. The Great Wizard, the Green Prophet, Melisandre were similar to Dugachiobai, Shuzhu. The 9-Yang manual was written by Shuzhu, and Huang Shang, the author of the 9-Yin manual. After Jon practiced the meditation technique of Tam's master, he improved at lightning speed. How could it not be? He was the child of prophecy, and there was no doubt about his talent. After mastering the technique of White Spirit Wolf, Jon began to look for a second animal companion. It would be best if it was a flying eagle. Perhaps it could fly to Winterfell, visit his hometown, visit his father in the tomb, he thought. He had not found the eagle, but he saw Mormont's raven. It could talk and fly. This big black crow was not inferior to the goshawk. Then, his soul entered the raven, and he was shocked to find old Mormont's figure in the depths of his soul. Old Bear was also a shapeshifter. Jon was shocked at first, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was reasonable. Mormont and Stark were both from the Northern Territory. They had pure ancestral blood and had believed in the old gods for thousands of years. Why couldn't he be a shapeshifter? Thinking about it this way, the close relationship between Old Bear and the big black crow was understandable. The raven was his animal companion after all. As for the reason why Old Bear hid his shapeshifter identity, Jon could also understand. If White Spirit was not too conspicuous, and if the savages knew that he was a wolf spirit, he would also want to hide his shapeshifter identity. In fact, he had never publicly admitted that he was a wolf spirit. He was a shadow-binding knight, so it was not a lie. Unlike the six forms Valamir who suppressed Oriel's soul in the goshawk, John did not destroy Old Bear's will. Instead, he kept narrating Old Bear's life through mental waves, showing his thoughts to Old Bear. Old Bear's dissipating humanity actually stabilized, and the dissipation speed became extremely slow. Perhaps one day in the future, Big Bear could see his father again. Father Crow. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. John came back to his senses and shouted, "Who is it?" "It's me." It was Sam's voice. "Come in." John waved his hand, and the big black crow cawed and flew out of the window. "John, why have you been staying in the command tower recently instead of going down to practice martial arts with the Night Watchers? Galen wanted to come up to you several times, but because of your identity as the commander, I stopped him." Sam looked at his little friend worriedly and said sincerely, "I don't think you're putting on airs now that you've become the commander-in-chief." John's pale face turned even paler. "Sorry, I'm a little busy. Sir Geraldane's fleet will arrive at the East Sea in about half a month. There's a lot of supplies. No, are you hiding something from me?" Fat Sam interrupted him, looked at him carefully for a while, and said in surprise, "Your face is so pale. Are you sick? Do you want to find Dr. Peristan?" "My face." John's heart sank. He rubbed his cheeks, and his expression was uncertain. "I'm a little afraid of light. The sun stings my face, so I don't want to go downstairs during the day," he said in a low voice. "Afraid of light? Why?" Sam was puzzled. "It seems to be binding." John's eyes flashed, and he changed his words. "There's a problem with my magic cultivation." Why did the Shadow Binder wear a mask? To be mysterious? The Shadow Children of Yashia were not just for show. Yashia in the Far East had been in the shadows for thousands of years, and it had almost never seen the sun. Without the sun, there was no way to grow food. In fact, the Yashia residents not only bought food from the sea, but also brought in fresh water from the outside. The water in Yashia was black, and it shone with a light green phosphorescence. It had powerful magic radiation, and it was a curse to ordinary people. A shadow binder born in such an environment would definitely have an allergic reaction to the normal world. Chapter 426. John needed a mask. After understanding John's predicament, Sam suggested the same thing. "Do you know Captain Morona of the Wildling camp? She's a witch warrior and wears a white weirwood mask all day long. She's also known as the White Mask. John, you can learn from her." Sam said. "Mask, I know about masks." John covered his face and sighed. How could he not know about masks? The legendary demigod Tam had already mentioned this in his diary. After becoming a shadow-binding knight, he had to prepare a mask as soon as possible. However, it didn't mean that shadow-binding knights couldn't see sunlight. Wasn't Melisandre also a shadow-binding knight? When had she ever been afraid of sunlight? Shadow-binding knights controlled the power of shadow and fire. If they could learn a high-level fire spell and develop it to a certain level, shadow-binding knights would no longer be afraid of sunlight. However, the legendary demigod Tam had also said that most shadow-binding knights wouldn't spend too much effort on fire. A person's time and energy were limited. The mysterious and powerful shadow and blood spells were the main focus of a shadow-binding knight. Of course, John didn't need to worry about this. He wasn't interested in blood spells. Switching to fire spells was a good choice for him. The Dragon Queen had even given him Master Lisbon's legacy spell card. According to the Dragon Queen, Lisbon was also a legendary figure known as the Western Overlord. Together with Master Kuei-shi of the Far East, they were the two most powerful great wizards in the world. His legacy must be very good. At the very least, even the Dragon Queen majored in fire manipulation. John had originally planned to work hard on fire manipulation, but for some reason, Melisandre had also come to him recently. Melisandre had basically said that she could help him train in fire magic. John was immediately tempted and asked how he could help him. Then, Melisandre's warm and white body leaned over. Her seductive eyes were like silk, and her fragrant lips opened for a kiss. John was mesmerized for a moment, but he managed to control himself in the end. First, everyone knew that the red-robed lady was Stannis's woman. And Stannis lived in the king's tower next door. John cherished his life. Secondly, the red-haired girl, Ygritte, had been having an affair with him recently. The two of them were very passionate, and John didn't want to make her a cuckold. Finally, he had long known that Melisandre was a shadow-binding knight. Now that he had become a shadow-binding knight, he understood the consequences of having sex with a shadow-binding knight. As if she could see John's hesitation, the red-robed woman spoke frankly, "Recently, I saw your figure in the flame. You will play an important role in the Long Night War. I want to help you." However, John still firmly refused. The deeds recorded in the Diary of the legendary demigod-level Tam were even more terrifying than the ghost stories that Grandma had told back then. Thinking of those magic experiments that scared him so much that he couldn't sleep, John didn't dare to be hard even if the red-robed woman took off her clothes. Melisandre only told half of the truth. The Great Wall contained powerful magic power, and her magic power had been growing faster and faster recently. However, the stronger her magic power, the more she saw John's figure in the flames. This made her confused. Who was the real child of prophecy? Helping John was just a matter of convenience. She often helped Erlu replenish magic power, so she was already familiar with it. Yes, she could also change her taste. John was fresh and tender. More importantly, she planned to use blood magic to figure out John's background. This was also the reason why John rarely went downstairs recently. He didn't want to have too much to do with the red-robed woman. Of course, he couldn't say this to Sam. Look at this. John took out the Valeglia steel magic card and handed it to Sam across the table. This is a magic card that Her Majesty Dany Alice gave me. It came from Master Lisbon. I've been practicing this magic recently. Ah, tile steel! Fatty exclaimed as soon as he held it in his hand. The Tars also had tile steel swords, and Fatty had seen them many times. Hey, did Dragon Queen learn her fire witchcraft from this? Sam heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was worried about John not only because he lived alone and became estranged from his friends. Recently, there were many rumors about John in Dark Castle. Spirit wolf, shapeshifter, wizard, blood magic, evil witchcraft, the black-robed brothers were afraid of their commander-in-chief. Fat Sam looked at his friend with concern and advised, "John, you should tell everyone that you're practicing the fire magic that Dragon Queen taught you. It's the most effective fire witchcraft against deviant ghosts." John's eyes flashed and he shook his head. "No need. I can use fire magic sooner or later. Everyone can see it. If I say it myself, how can it be more effective and convincing than if you help me spread the word of this accident?" Fire mages were indeed more reputable than shadow binders and spirit wolves. Moreover, Dragon Queen, who had a high reputation among the Night Watchers and barbarians, was also a fire mage. John apologized to Fat Sam in his mind. Fat Sam didn't know what his friend was thinking. His face reddened and he decided to tell the truth. "There's been a lot of bad rumors about you lately. You're arrogant, you look down on your brothers, and you're secretly practicing evil witchcraft. John, you have to explain it to everyone and clear up the misunderstanding." The commander-in-chief's eyes flashed coldly. "It's Slint who's talking bad about me, isn't it? You know?" Sam was shocked. "I'm not deaf or scared." John lowered his eyes. "How many eyes does Duke Blood Crow have?" 1,000, plus 1. "How many eyes does Commander-in-Chief John have?" 1 pair, 1 pair, and 1 pair. There was no secret in Dark Castle that could be hidden from him. Sam said, and Sir Elisa, John interrupted him. Sir Elisa is Her Majesty Danny Rise's man, and he's only supporting Slint. Yes, Sir Elisa is different from Count Slint. Sam's small grey eyes flashed with understanding. One had a strong backer, and although he was a bit talkative, he was still so brave in battle. Sir Elisa, I don't want to be so brave. The other had no backer, liked to talk big, and had a blood feud with Stark. John smiled faintly. When Commander-in-Chief Mormont was still alive, he planned to send a group of night watchmen to Greyguard Castle. Sam, go and inform Sir Gino Slint to pick 15 men from the Night's Watch and 15 savages. Tomorrow morning, he'll be the Commander-in-Chief of Greyguard Castle. As for Sir Elisa, he was originally serving at Eastwatch. Let him return to Eastwatch and take care of the savages' southern affairs. Greystone Castle had been abandoned for many years. The buildings had basically collapsed and were almost in ruins. It was the worst of the 19 castles. And John had deliberately misinterpreted Old Bear's orders. Old Bear did want to send people to Greystone Castle at first, but after discovering that it was impossible to live there, he immediately changed his plans. He changed Greystone Castle to Stonegate Village next door. One more thing, the City of Knowledge sent a letter. The professors denied Professor Pereston's identity and insisted that the Great Wall was lying. There were no deviant ghosts and no long night. They even scolded us for going against the neutral position of the Night Watchmen and becoming Dragon Queen's lackeys. Sam said as he wriggled, and took out a letter from his pocket. Damn it! John cursed as soon as he read the first few pages. It was no wonder he was angry. The City of Knowledge had scolded the Night Watchmen for lying. They had cursed the Commander-in-Chief John as a despicable and greedy bastard. In order to get the Seven Countries' help, he had lied about deviant ghosts. What did Professor Perestan say? John threw the letter on the table and said with a gloomy face. He was very calm. Even when the City of Knowledge called him a liar, he didn't get angry. Instead, he had an "I knew it" expression. Sam said strangely. John's mouth twitched. He was originally a member of the City of Knowledge. Of course, he understood the City of Knowledge's behavior. I'm asking, what does the professor plan to do? Her Majesty Danny Alice has sent a letter. Dragonstone Island is working overtime to mine dragon crystal weapons. In at most 2 months, there will be countless dragon crystal arrowheads and dragon crystal short swords shipped by Sir Sitiga of Crab Island. With weapons, we need people who can use them. Not only do we need new recruits, we need knights with excellent martial arts and officers with a knightly background to lead the barbarians. We also need armor, war horses, blacksmiths, craftsmen. Dragonstone Island is barren and can't provide those things. Her Majesty Danny Alice has already exceeded her responsibilities. Now, the Great Wall needs the support of the nobles of the 7 countries. Fatty said, the professor asked me to go to the City of Knowledge. He said that words are like the wind. Even the wind can't wake up a sheep that is pretending to be asleep. Only true deviant ghosts and ghouls can wake them up, just like his own experience. Okay. John nodded lightly and said, the reason why we spent so much effort to capture deviant ghosts is to let the nobles, the City of Knowledge, the Iron Throne, the Church and the common people see it with their own eyes, to let them know that the long night is coming. After thinking for a while, John added, I will appoint Darian as the new Wave Raven and let him accompany you to the south. The nobles' reaction is still uncertain. We have to be more diligent and recruit more brothers. The Night Watchers were called Ravens because of their black clothes. The Night Watchers who were in charge of recruiting new members were called Wave Ravens. The Wave Ravens didn't need to be stationed at the Great Wall. They wandered around the 7 countries and brought the resources, money and prisoners given by the feudal lords to the Great Wall. The most famous Wave Raven was Yoren, the Night Watcher who saved Arya at the King's Landing. In fact, old Yamont was also a Wave Raven now. Yamont went home with his great-granddaughter to retire, but he still belonged to the Night Watchers in name. He just changed from a scholar to a Wave Raven. The wave raven Ymont was in charge of collecting dragon crystal weapons. He didn't work for a day, but he completed the task well. Which deviant ghost should I bring to the south? A small deviant ghost or a big deviant ghost with its limbs cut off? Sam asked. The big deviant ghost, of course, John said without thinking. John, have you thought about it? The big deviant ghost can resurrect the dead. It might resurrect the same person as it walks, Sam said seriously. Then kill it. Kill it with dragon crystal weapons. The corpse ghosts it resurrects will become dead again, John said. What am I going to show the city of knowledge after killing it? Sam said with a straight face. John was also stunned. Why don't we bring both deviant ghosts? I'll ask Melisandre if she can make a magic seal to seal the deviant ghost's abilities. Sam nodded and asked again, when do I leave? When White Knight Dragon Queen arrives, I'll go south with the barbarians, or... John immediately said, the sooner the better. Prepare your luggage tomorrow and leave the day after tomorrow. Go to the East Sea Watch first and ask Carter Parker to arrange a ship to send you to Bravos. Then, hire a fast ship from Bravos to the Old Town. But, if I bring deviant ghosts and corpse ghosts, will they allow me to board the ship? Sam hesitated. We have money. John reminded him. He waved his hand and said generously, 5,000 gold radiance coins for travel expenses. It's enough for you to stay in the first-class cabin and drink Qingting Island's golden wine every day. We can lock the deviant ghosts in a box. There's no need to be so extravagant, Fatty laughed. An obscure light flashed in John's eyes. He said in a low voice, take Jilly with you too. Chapter 427. That's how it is. It's so sudden and legendary that even I don't know what to do. Varys, whether it's true or not, I can't help but say respect to him. Dany sighed. Barristan frowned and thought for a moment before asking, Your Majesty, can you confirm whether John Clinton is real or not? Well, after discussing with the old man to no avail, Dany began to contact the White Knight on the Stone Steps Archipelago. Mental projection. And Little White had also landed in the torture abyss. The Royal Navy Yamen. It was the wooden house that the King of Dimensional Water had built by the bay. I'm sure of that. John Clinton knows that you're my White Knight, and he even met me as your old friend, Dany said. If Sir Clinton is sure of Little Aegon's identity, then he might really be Rhaega's child, Barristan said in a low voice. Why? Dany asked curiously. Because. Barristan's eyes drifted. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, John Clinton admires Prince Rhaega. He wouldn't lie about something like this. Are you kidding? Dany's mental projection flickered like a color TV with a bad signal. Actually, this kind of thing is very common among the upper echelons of Westeros, such as Duke Renly and Knight of Flowers Loras. Even in Slavers Bay and Kayuan City, aren't there many beautiful boys? Barristan's tone was strained as he said something that even he found hard to accept. Indeed, it's time for Big Sparrow to clean up the Westeros. Dany sighed with a hand on her forehead. Dany, who said this, didn't know that her original body, Dany Rise, was also a little girl who liked both men and women. Barristan said awkwardly, other than the White Knight, no one else knows about the matter between John Clinton and Prince Rhaega. For the sake of the prince's reputation, it's best that you don't spread it. You also know that this is bad for your reputation. Dany rolled her eyes. Well, it was normal for Westeros nobles to be gay, but the behavior itself wasn't accepted by public opinion. The Church of the Seven Gods explicitly forbade XX between people of the same sex. Committing the crime of homosexuality was almost as serious as selling slaves. But in the decades of brutal war against the armed forces of the Church, Targaryen had almost pulled out the backbone of the Church. Monarchical authority completely suppressed theocracy, and the Church of the Seven Gods became a potted plant in the hands of the king, where he could plant it wherever he wanted. Without a backbone, the church began to rot from the inside. The archbishop became a frequent visitor to the brothel, and deceiving beautiful little boys became their specialty. The dogma of the 7 Stars Bible was reduced to waste paper. From a neutral point of view, Danny had to praise Big Sparrow for what he did at King's Landing. Regardless of whether his actions had the purpose of pursuing power, he had finally cleaned up the evil trend that had pervaded the upper class of the 7 nations. In short, with Sir Clinton's feelings for Prince Riga, he would never get a fake to pretend to be the prince's bloodline, Barristan emphasized again. No matter how stupid Varys is, he wouldn't conspire with John Clinton to fake it, Danny said with a faint smile. Sir Clinton and Robert could be said to be brilliant jade back in the day. With his intelligence and wisdom, it would be difficult to deceive him, Barristan said. Intelligence and wisdom. Danny smiled bitterly. Can I believe in the wisdom of a fool who could fight a terrible battle like the Battle of the Bell? The Battle of the Bell was terrible. Where did that come from? Sir Clinton's upholding of honor is worthy of praise from a true knight. Barristan was puzzled. Forget it, whether Clinton is smart or not, we have to investigate it ourselves. You immediately ride Whitey and go to Dragonstone Island to find Bronn, and let him personally go to King's Landing. Little Aegon's substitute is the son of a tanner in Stinkwater Bay, and the tanner is a big drunkard. He should have a few older brothers, and his mother died giving birth to him. This identity should be clear. King's Landing is not Volantis, where there are silver-haired, purple-eyed residents everywhere. Finally, Danny emphasized seriously, tell Bronn that only he, you, and I know about this. I understand, Barristan said solemnly. On the other side, the Dragon Queen had all sorts of suspicions about little Aegon's identity. On the other side, Clinton and the others could not sleep at night, anxiously discussing the Dragon Queen's calm attitude after seeing her nephew. I can feel that she's suspicious of me. Little Aegon was a little dissatisfied, a little resentful, and also a little helpless. She's being cautious. It seems that Varys and Illyrio are not worthy of her trust, Clinton said in a low voice. Sister Lemore sighed. Varys and Illyrio miscalculated. They arranged all of this without considering how to dispel the Queen's suspicions. Why should she be suspicious? I am the real Aegon Targaryen. Little Aegon said excitedly. Clinton frowned and thought for a moment, then asked, Tyrion, what do you think? Tyrion was a little absent-minded, immersed in his own thoughts. He was slow to respond to Clinton's call. Tyrion? Clinton raised his voice. It's me. What's wrong? Tyrion came back to his senses. What are you thinking about? Swordmaster Haldon asked, looking at him steadily. I'm thinking about my sister. I'm thinking about her being paraded like a lowly prostitute. I'm still thinking about Jaime. He loves her so much. I don't know how much pain he must feel. Will he learn from Mergal the Cruel and burn down the great cathedral? No, perhaps Jaime should break Cersei's slender, delicate neck. That woman did it with the 3 brothers, and even made them do it with Tommen's wife. Jaime was never a generous person. That day, when Robert brought his family north to Winterfell, Robert got drunk and climbed into the Wheel Palace. When he climbed on top of Cersei and ravaged her like she was the cheapest prostitute by the roadside, Jaime had drawn his sword. If he hadn't stopped him, Robert would have followed in the footsteps of the Mad King. Cersei had many men, but Jaime had kept his chastity for her all his life. He had never touched any other woman except her. The stronger the love, the stronger the jealousy, the stronger the hatred. It would be good to let Jaime kill the foolish and crazy Cersei. Didn't you see how much the Dragon Queen hated Lannister and looked at Cersei in a different light? Oh, the Dragon Queen likes me too. She was right. A dwarf son piercing his father's genitals with a crossbow is something that all Lannister's enemies would love to see. The Dragon Queen was a ruthless person. So ruthless, so smart, so courageous, the Dragon Queen hated Lannister. Where would the future Lannister and Casterly Rock go from here? Smack! Clinton slapped the little devil's head, waking him up completely. "Have you drunk too much?" he scolded. "On the other side of the world, there's Green Pavilion Island golden wine. A cup costs at least a gold coin. Can't you drink more?" Tyrion rubbed his broken nose and laughed. After hearing everyone's questions, Tyrion didn't even think and immediately said, "It's obvious. Everyone has personally interacted with her. She is a wise ruler, a queen who looks down on the world. She is not a puppet in Varys' puppet show. She won't believe whatever Varys and Illyrio say." He met little Aegon's dissatisfied gaze and gave an example. "Think about it, if one day you climb to the Iron Throne, and then a silver-haired middle-aged man appears in front of you, calling himself Rhaegar Targaryen. He faked his death at Ruby Beach, and the person whose breastplate was shattered by Robert was a substitute he arranged beforehand. The real Prince Rhaegar has been hiding in the countryside learning how to rule the country. Now that his son has taken down the country, and he has made progress in his studies, he can achieve great things on the Iron Throne. So he comes back to inherit the throne. What do you think? My father is not a coward. He will not run away from his battle." Little Aegon was so angry that his nose was crooked. Clinton also frowned and scolded, "This is a bad example. Prince Aegon is not running away from his responsibilities. He was just a baby back then. What do you want him to do?" The words are crude, but the logic is not. The little devil shrugged indifferently. "You should be glad. The Dragon Queen is fierce to her enemies, but she is not sinister. Look at her arrangements for you. The luxurious palace at the top of the pyramid. Even Scholar Sai and Sister Lemore have a single bedroom with matching maids. If it were my sister, hee. I am not here to beg for food." Little Aegon clenched his fists and growled. "Oh, what other trump cards do you have?" Tyrion was interested. "It has nothing to do with you." Although little Aegon was a little impulsive, he was not stupid. The little devil thought for a moment and said seriously, "The more serious a person's attitude towards something, the more important it is to her. In other words, if your identity is proven to be real, then your position in her heart will be very important. On the contrary, if she hugs you and cries the moment she sees you, then casually admits your identity, you should be worried. Because whether you are real or fake might not make a difference to her. So, the problem now is not the Queen's attitude towards you. In fact, her attitude is already very good. The key is, other than the silver hair and purple eyes, other than Varys who is not trusted by any Westeros, is there any other evidence?" The dwarf guessed wrongly. The Dragon Queen placed great importance on the authenticity of Aegon's identity. He was right. But it was not because of her feelings. The main reason was that she did not want to be deceived and played by Varys. No matter if Aegon was real or fake, his influence on her was limited. If Aegon was really Liga's son, she would at most take care of his 3 meals a day. It was impossible for him to have her dragons or her soldiers. But if he was fake, you don't trust Varys? He saved you. Little Aegon asked curiously. I believe that the other ghosts will not trust him either. The little devil pouted at Clinton, who was deep in thought. Ask your foster father if he trusts Varys. Let me tell you, little prince, if you really go to the Westeros one day, please remember this proverb: the loyalty of an 8-clawed spider, the love words of a prostitute in the King's Landing. There is such a proverb. Clinton stared at him. Proverbs are always spoken by people. And I am the first person to say it. Tyrion pointed at his ugly nose and laughed. After thinking for a moment, Clinton asked, if it was you, what kind of evidence would you need to believe in Aegon's identity as prince? The dwarf only recognized your identity and guessed my identity from my dyed blue hair. Little Aegon said. I'm a little smart, and I'm a simple person. I trust people easily, Tyrion said with a straight face. Then, he rolled his eyes and said, however, if there is something like a birthmark, an old acquaintance in the palace, or a letter from Princess Ilia, I will be more determined. Clinton looked at Sister Lemore and said in a deep voice, what do you think? Tyrion looked at the charming long-haired nun in surprise and asked, "You also hid your true identity? Who are you?" Lemore's beautiful purple eyes flashed with hesitation. She said uncertainly, "Sir Barristan is not here. No one knows me. I don't know how much Her Majesty believes in my words." Chapter 428. The sky was dark, and the rain was cold. 5 demonic dragons circled above King's Landing. Smoke billowed, and fire burned everywhere. The dragon flames almost melted the Red Keep. Cersei hugged the crying Tommen and cried, "Mother of Mercy," on the Iron Throne. Below King's Landing, a great battle was taking place that dyed the Blackwater River red. Tyrion was in the middle of the battlefield, holding an axe that was taller than himself. He fought side by side with Barristan the Fearless and Jorah Mormont in white armor. This Tyrion had 2 heads, and neither of them had noses. One of them squealed with excitement, wearing a dragon's helm and shouting, "Kill, kill, kill, kill." The other wore a golden lion's helm, and its eyes were closed and its head lolled, as if in a deep sleep. Duke Tywin was the commander of the enemy. He rode out of the formation on a tall horse, while Jaime and Sir Kevan were beside him. Behind him were Aunt Xena, Cousin Lancel, and the rest of the Lannister in full armor. Behind them were countless soldiers in golden robes and lion helmets. At this time, the Unsullied and Dothraki centaurs rushed toward the gold-robed soldiers like a tide. "Hear my roar!" Duke Tywin pointed his sword at the enemy and shouted, "Kill all the dragons! Wash King's Landing with blood! Don't let a single Lannister go!" The queen on the demonic dragon replied coldly. Tyrion was unstoppable. He rushed to Duke Tywin and cut him and his horse in half with one swing of his axe. "Ha ha ha!" Tyrion held his blood-stained axe and laughed maniacally. "Bastard!" James, who was wearing golden armor and wielding a golden sword, roared as he rushed over. Tyrion was not afraid. Jaime in golden armor did not have a right hand and was no match for him. Tyrion used his axe to smash Jaime's iron armor, smashing his face into a pile of red paste. Every time he smashed his face, he would laugh loudly. Then, it was Aunt Xena, all his cousins and uncles. When the battle was over, Tyrion suddenly turned around and realized that his other head was sobbing. "Ha ha ha ha, kill kill kill, woo 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 woo." The warm morning light shone through the skylight, casting a golden beam of light in the bedroom. On the feather bed, Tyrion mumbled to himself as he tried to avoid the direct sunlight. "Bang, bang, bang, Tyrion, little devil, get up." The sounds of knocking on the door and shouting were as distant as a folk song from the other side of the mountain. Tyrion did not react at all. Until, Duke Tywin's head, which had been split in half, fell to the ground. He looked over coldly and said, "Tyrion, get up." "Yes, father." Like a conditioned reflex, Tyrion sat up. Rubbing his sore and swollen eyes, the dwarf slowly came back to his senses. He looked around and realized that he was in a lavishly decorated palace. The heat of the sun was so real. "Damn it, disturbing my sleep." The little devil cursed and said to Duckfield, who was knocking on the door, "Stop shouting, I'll get up now." Reaching out to support himself on the pillow, Tyrion's expression froze. He turned around and saw a wet patch on the white feather pillow. "Dad, you can only scare me in my dreams now." Tyrion cracked a smile that was uglier than crying. He pulled the blanket away and prepared to get off the bed. But just as he moved, his body froze again. He looked down and saw that his little brother was holding his head high. His pants were wet and sticky. "Sigh, it's been a few months and I only have Fenny by my side." Thinking of the beautiful female dwarf, his little brother immediately nodded in agreement. But Tyrion's deformed head shook with a complicated expression. It's a good opportunity to experience the exotic scenery of Slave Bay. When it came to treating his girlfriend, the little devil was still very principled. He lusted after Sansa's body, but he still resisted the urge to touch her. It was a great loss for him to let his little finger take advantage of his wife. He also had feelings for the female dwarf, Fenny. Fenny had sent him a silent invitation a few times, but he still resisted. "Why did you call me in such a hurry?" When the little devil yawned and walked out of the bedroom, only Duckfield was left in the living room. "Look at the sun. It's almost noon." Duckfield pointed at the window and shouted. "So?" Tyrion asked casually. He looked around and didn't even see the shadow of the female dwarf. He couldn't help but ask, "Where is she? Where's His Highness and Sir Clinton?" "Downstairs." "Oh, in the lower level of the pyramid. The Queen is hearing the case of the Count of Broken Shackles. Do you want to take a look?" Tyrion was shocked and quickly asked, "The trial has already started? Why didn't you wake me up earlier?" "Didn't I wake you up?" Duck said unhappily. Tyrion didn't have time to enjoy the sumptuous breakfast brought by the maids. He took a piece of food called Ruggiamo and ate it as he went downstairs. Nobles had their privileges. Otherwise, why would they work so hard to climb up? Even if Tyrion came late, he could still easily find a place to watch. The trial process was not open to the public. Other than the nobles, there were no other spectators. The trial hall on the second floor was empty. The shackles on Clayton's hands were also removed, and his prison uniform was changed into a comfortable dark-colored sweater. The Count of Broken Shackles sat in the middle, surrounded by a ring of judges. There were a total of 27 judges. 9 nobles and 9 government officials. There were also 9 Gith judges who chose the most famous Gith scholars from the 3 cities of Slave Bay. Yes, they had to be scholars or other professions with the ability of scholars. Only scholars could understand the Codex and Clayton's case. "Where's the Queen?" Tyrion came to Clinton and asked softly. After announcing the start of the trial, the Queen left. Seeing Tyrion's confusion, Clinton pointed to the judges who were flipping through the case and explained, "The trial of the nobles is divided into 3 steps, the closed preliminary trial, the public trial, and the closed final trial. Now is the preliminary trial. The main point is to compare the Codex and pick out every violation of Clayton's. During the trial, Clayton can refute it himself or invite scholars who understand the law to help him." The audience discussed in low voices, but the atmosphere in the hall was tense. The judges kept picking out Clayton's mistakes in the case of the son of the Harpy from the case, and the butcher count was not to be outdone and refuted loudly. If the judges accepted Clayton's explanation, then the accusation would be dismissed and the next round of accusations and arguments would proceed. If a judge didn't agree with Clayton's explanation, or if Clayton couldn't give an explanation, then the accusation would be officially filed and recorded. During the trial, it would be handed over to the chief judge to be heard in public. Because there were 9 highly respected Gith judges, it was difficult to miss obvious violations of the law during the preliminary trial. "It seems quite fair," Tyrion muttered after listening for a while. Then, he thought of himself in the purple wedding case. If it was according to the Dragon Queen's Codex, he probably wouldn't have a good outcome, because too many witnesses' testimonies were against him. "Let's go. After listening for so long, we've more or less understood the judicial process at Slaver's Bay." "Close to noon," Clinton said in a low voice. Tyrion listened with relish and shook his head. "You guys go first. I want to listen for a while more." "Don't you find it boring?" Little Aegon asked curiously. "Boring? No, it's very interesting." Tyrion held back his laughter. "Don't you understand? The codex that the Dragon Queen created doesn't seem to target nobles, but the Targaryen family's unique Mad King. Are you crazy? How dare you say such things in front of me?" Little Aegon said angrily. "Your Highness, in terms of magnanimity, you should learn from your aunt." The little devil shook his head. "It's normal for the Queen to learn from her father," Clinton said with a frown. "Through the Codex and the judicial process, we can see the Queen's thoughts and personality." "Forget it, you can leave if you don't want to listen," Tyrion said with a wave of his hand. Clinton was deep in thought as he turned to the dark-haired woman and said, Sister Lemore, why don't you meet the queen alone? Ah, where's Fenny? Seeing the woman's graceful back, Tyrion, who had not had sex for many days, felt his heart skip a beat. Then, the female dwarf's face appeared in his mind. Only then did he realize that Fenny wasn't in the courtroom. Where did Fenny go? He asked anxiously. She went to the dock to perform the comical props. The pig and the dog are also at the orange wine ship, little Aegon said. Tyrion breathed a sigh of relief but still complained, it's dangerous for her to go alone in a foreign country. She should have let Dukfai go with her. There's an Unsullied following her. And if you don't want to sleep in, you can go with her yourself. The queen has always thought of her as your wife, ha ha ha. Scholar Sai laughed in a low voice. The Dragon Queen was not at the Great Pyramid. After breakfast, she went to the hall on the second floor to announce the official start of the trial. Then, she rode out of the city under the protection of the Blood Guards. Her Khalasar had been nomadic between Meereen and Astapor and had recently come to the vicinity of the Worm River. The Dragon Queen wanted to get together with her people and reorganize a few thousand roaring warriors at the same time. After Lemore learned from the centaur maid that the queen would only return at night, she was curious about how the queen commanded the Dothraki. So, instead of waiting at the pyramid, she asked a 12-year-old Unsullied to take her outside the city to find the queen. The nun's riding skills were unexpectedly good. It only took her half an hour to run more than 10 kilometers northeast along the Yellow Road. The little Unsullied almost couldn't catch up. Finally, on a grassland, the mature woman whose cheeks were red from running saw the queen, no, the Khaleesi's Khalasar. Countless yurts rose from the ground. Although there were many of them, they were arranged neatly. A man-made ravine separated the yurts where the centaurs lived from the pasture. The centaur women were busy between the tents and children were running and playing. On the other side of the ravine, there were old centaurs leisurely riding their horses and herding their cattle and sheep on the grassland. The herds were scattered across the vast land, and there was almost no end in sight. On the other side of the grassland where the cattle and horses had already eaten the pasture, thousands of knights galloped on their horses, shouting words that she could not understand. The ground also shook slightly. She could vaguely see that the leader was a white horse, carrying a valiant female knight. Her silver hair was braided and decorated with bells. She wore a Dothraki vest and was dressed like a female Khal. Chapter 429. In front of the roaring warriors, there were hundreds of carriages lined up together, and there were wooden puppets in armor on the carriages. They would act as the imaginary enemies of the centaurs. 3,000 cavalrymen were charging over. Light arrows, ready. The female Khal Dany suddenly shouted. She let go of the reins and stood up from the saddle. She took out an arrow from the quiver hanging on the saddle, knocked it, and drew her bow. The little silver horse under her seemed to be connected to her mind. It changed direction without slowing down and streaked past 30 meters in front of the carriages. Shoot! Whoosh! Dany shot out an arrow without aiming at a specific target. It flew into the sky in a parabola and landed on a carriage. She then quickly took out a second arrow and shot it out. Shoot! The thousands of cavalrymen behind her shouted at the same time. Then, they did the same thing as her, riding their horses and shooting. Buzz, there was a muffled sound of bowstrings vibrating. In an instant, the sky darkened. Arrows rained down on the carriages that were used as targets. Sister Lemore stood on a hill and saw the entire process. The centaur cavalrymen were like a flexible snake that slithered in front of the carriages. Their movements were smooth and fast. It was as if all the cavalrymen were controlled by a single will. Starting from Dragon Queen to the last cavalryman leaving in an arc in front of the carriages, it took about 2 minutes. Then, 2 minutes of continuous arrow rain fell from the sky above the carriages. What was terrifying was that the density of the arrow rain was uniform. There was no more and no less. This meant that the 3,000 cavalrymen were maintaining the same rhythm as Dragon Queen. Then, they shot 2 more times at high speed. They used a short arrow and a heavy arrow respectively. Then, the cavalrymen disbanded. Calixi brought the Blood Alliance into the carriages to check the effects of the attack. 3 different types of arrows were used for the 3 mounted archery missions: light arrows with bamboo shafts, heavy arrows with thickened arrowheads, which were armor-piercing arrows, and short arrows made of thin brambles. The arrowheads were shorter, but heavier than the light arrows. The Blood Alliance guard Rakarov reported to Calixi, "The light arrows fly the furthest, and the armor-piercing arrows have the shortest range. But the light arrows have almost no killing power. They can only pierce through 1 layer of leather armor. Most of the short arrows could pierce through leather armor, and a few could even pierce through mail armor. Only the armor-piercing arrows are effective against plate armor and arc-shaped shields, but their range is limited. Over 50 meters, they have almost the same effect as short arrows. What suggestions do you have? Is there any practical use in using the 3 types of arrows together?" Danny asked. She was learning from the Mongols. The Mongolian cavalry was equipped with 2 bows and 3 types of arrows. The shape of the armor-piercing arrow changed according to the enemy's armor. One was a normal bow for the horse, and the other was a more accurate bow for the horse. However, the invincibility of the Mongolian cavalry did not only depend on 2 bows and 3 types of arrows. Danny could not just copy it mechanically. She had to consider the actual situation. Moreover, she only had a smattering of knowledge about the Mongolian army's formations and weapons. It was all written on television, so she couldn't be sure if it was true or false. Blood Alliance guard Chao Gu said, "In the Sea of Grass and the other colossus of the Kul, there is no strict categorization of arrows. We also have curved blades. If arrows can't solve the problem, then rush up and use a scimitar to solve it. What if the scimitar can't handle it? Cut off the braid and surrender?" Danny asked. "If the scimitar can't handle it, 100 types of arrows can't either." Chao Gu patted the steel scimitar at his waist. "The scimitar is the ultimate weapon. Think about the Battle of the Unsullied. 3,000 Unsullied defended Kolar. If we were to equip armor-piercing arrows on a large scale and use the tactic of circling the enemy to wear them down, would we lose and become a laughingstock in history?" Danny said with a straight face. She felt that the reason why the Dothraki did not equip armor-piercing arrows was purely because they were poor and did not have enough fine iron to make armor-piercing arrows. "Khaleesi, I have an idea." Kue Luo stepped forward and suggested, "We centaurs only have light cavalry. This is not right. I think we can use a mixture of light cavalry and heavy cavalry. The light cavalry will ride and shoot at the front to disrupt the enemy's formation. Then the light cavalry at the front will bypass the enemy's formation, just like what Khaleesi led us to do. This will give space for the heavy cavalry at the back to charge. The heavy cavalry will charge at the enemy's scattered formation. Finally, the light cavalry will circle around and follow behind the heavy cavalry. They will use their scimitars and bows to finish off the ground that has been plowed by our heavy cavalry." Danny looked in surprise at the centaur youth who was beginning to grow a black beard on his upper lip. In just 2 short years, this youth who was the same age as her had not only grown taller and stronger, even his intelligence had begun to increase. "Centaurs are not cowards. They cannot hide in their armor," Rakala muttered. Danny looked helplessly at her blood rider and said, "Rakala, if it were 2 years ago, I would have explained it to you. Now, 2 years later, you are still saying such things. Aren't you a little too stupid? You are the same age as Kue Luo, and you are not as big as him. How can your intelligence be inferior to his?" Kue Luo was nearly 2 meters tall, and his chest was as thick as a wall. He was 1 size larger than the 2 blood rider. He eats dragon essence every day. Of course, he is tall. The people in the Megalosaurus guard are all big, Rakala said. Really? Danny looked at Kue Luo in surprise. It seems that dragon essence makes us stronger, and perhaps smarter. However, I have been learning mathematics and history from Scholar recently. It is more likely that learning has made me smarter, Kue Luo said uncertainly. Danny looked at Rakala and said, "Look at Kue Luo. He is so self-aware, even knowing to learn from scholar. Even if dragon essence is effective, it is far inferior to serious learning. Kue Luo, you are the leader of the Kiliarchs. With that, Danny promoted the Megalosaurus Guard. Jogo, Rakala, each of you lead a 1,000-man team. Currently, her Colossa had 5,000 people, barely able to gather 3,000 Srak roaring warriors. Before today, the entire Colossa only had one Chiliarch, Danny. Jogo and Rakala helped Danny manage the Colossa as Blood Rider, but they were not Kiliarchs. Danny still had another Blood Rider. The most quick-witted and level-headed Ajur was arranged by her to lead the militia and tens of thousands of Gislaus to farm. Ajur did not need a 1,000-man team. He himself was the commander of the militia, Golden Dragon Banner. His official position was the same as the guards John Bolton, Red Dragon Banner, the Unsullied Commander Grey Worm, White Banner, and the Wings of Liberty's Scarface Simon, Blue Banner with black wings. In addition, Kue Luo was also the commander of the Wings of Liberty's heavy cavalry. He had 500 iron guards under him who were responsible for protecting the queen on the battlefield. These were only the regular troops, numbering close to 50,000. However, in this period of great agricultural production, the regular troops also needed to farm. They did not have as heavy a task as ordinary farmers, but at least they had enough food to eat. Seeing that the centaur knights beside Danny had dispersed, Jichi rode over and reported, "Calixi, someone is looking for you." 15 minutes later, Sister Lemore and Danny rode side by side to the Worm River, with only Joe-gu and Jichi by their side. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. With every step the little silver horse took, the bells on Danny's braid rang crisply. "Your Majesty's achievements in battle are truly illustrious. I'm afraid that in the Dothraki Sea, there are few call bells that can compare to yours." Lemore complimented. "How can they be compared to Calixi?" Jichi's tone was disdainful. "Calixi crossed the Red Wastelands, defeated the Immortal, defeated the pirate king Yuluin, conquered Astapor, and swept away more than 100,000 Gislaus. Other than Yuluin, any one of her deeds is enough to become a legend in Horse King's city. The alliance will bring more bells to Calixi," Joe-gu added. Looking at the confident faces of the two centaurs who seemed to regard the alliance as nothing, Lemore did not know what to say. "Calixi, you should go to Horse King's city and let those calls who betrayed you know the wrath of the true dragon," Jichi said agitatedly. "Yes, you should take back the troops that Khal Drogo left behind. Someone has 50,000 roaring warriors and 100,000 Khalasar. Taking care of the alliance will be as easy as killing a sheep," Joe-gu said. "Xiao-gu, you." Danny sighed as she facepalmed. This Joe-gu really has no foresight at all. In front of outsiders, he revealed more than half of her plan to deal with the alliance. There was another important reason why she chose to fight under Meereen City that she did not tell anyone. After she conquered Horse King's city with her dragon, she could lead hundreds of thousands of roaring warriors to destroy the alliance's chrysanthemum. The north of Meereen was connected to the heart of the Dothraki Sea. "Sister Lemore, may I know why you are looking for me?" She immediately changed the topic. "For Prince Aegon." Lemore's expression was calm, and it was impossible to tell if she had guessed the Dragon Queen's plan. "Oh, what about him?" Danny asked curiously. "Are you suspecting his identity?" Lemore asked. "I don't trust the eight-clawed spider." "It's right that you don't trust him. Prince Rhaegar also doesn't trust him." Sister Lemore nodded. "But Princess Elia is involved in Prince Aegon's matter." "Are you sure?" Danny frowned. "Lemore is not my real name. I am Princess Elia's female companion, and I grew up with her. Before King's Landing fell, Her Highness sent a request for help to Starfall City, asking me to help her raise Prince Aegon." Lemore's voice was calm, but her words were like a bomb in Danny's head. Her pupils contracted, and she said uncertainly, "You are Ashera Dane, the sister of Dawn Swordsman?" No wonder the simple grey nun's dress could not hide this woman's grace. No wonder she was still so beautiful even though she was almost 40. So she was Ashera Dane. She was the most dazzling woman in the Heron Castle tournament back then, a peerless beauty who attracted Barristan and Stark's bootlickers. Yes, I'm Ashera. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I didn't mean to hide my identity from you. It's just that other than Barristan, no one can prove my identity, and I'm not as famous as Sir Clinton. Ashera said apologetically. No, you're far more famous than Clinton. Arthur Dane's sister. Barristan's crush. Stark's rumored girlfriend. Prophesied child Jon Snow's rumored mother. When I passed by Dorne, I even went to Starfall City to pay my respects to the white stone sword pagoda that killed you. You're very famous. Everyone said that because of Sir Arthur Dane's death, you were heartbroken and jumped off the white stone sword pagoda to commit suicide. Dany probed. Your Majesty, Arthur's death indeed saddened me, but other than my second brother, I still have an older brother and a younger sister. The news was spread by the eight-clawed spider. He has the ability to make everyone believe his lies. Ashera smiled bitterly. That makes sense. Dany was deep in thought. Arthur was the second son, so he went to King's Landing to be a White Knight. Just like the White Bull, Geno Hightower, he was the uncle of the old man in Old Town, and also the second son. Barristan, on the other hand, really viewed glory as his life. As the only son, he would rather give up his title, territory, and fiancé to his cousin in order to pursue the path of a legendary White Knight. Since Arthur Dane was not Ashera's only relative, she did not need to be heartbroken. Chapter 430. Dany's contemplation was seen by Ashera, and she said solemnly, Your Majesty, you don't have to doubt. Although I wasn't at King's Landing at the time, the letter was given to me by Varys's men. But I'm familiar with Princess Alia's notes and vocabulary, and I can confirm that it was the princess's handwritten letter. Dany came to her senses and asked, Does Prince Dornmartel know about this? She didn't ask to see the letter. It was useless to read it. She didn't recognize Princess Dornmartel's handwriting, and it could be imitated. Ashera shook her head and said, Prince Dornmartel doesn't know of Prince Aegon's existence. That doesn't make sense. Why didn't Princess Elia ask her brother for help? Perhaps the princess was worried that there were too many people in Young Halbert City and it would be easy to expose Prince Aegon's identity. Ashera thought for a moment and said, Even I could only fake my death and leave the Westeros. Sir Clinton was the same. He pretended to be dead to escape everyone's sight. Dany really wanted to retort, Then what are Viserys and I? Cannon fodder to divert Robert's attention? Legally speaking, Liga had not yet ascended the throne, and he had violated the sacred marriage contract before, so he was not qualified to become king again. Refer to the first male generation who broke off the engagement, Prince Romfrey. Then, Viserys was the true and legitimate crown prince. And how did Varys and Illyrio deal with Viserys? They sold Dany and Lys as slaves to Horse King Drogo in exchange for the Dothraki invading the Westeros and taking the Iron Throne for second brother Way. If second brother Way didn't die, Drogo didn't die, and the 50,000 roaring warriors would successfully take King's Landing. Then who would the Iron Throne belong to? At that time, second brother Way, Dany, Lys, and the Horse King would not have a good ending. To put it bluntly, second brother Way and Dany, Lys were just chess pieces on Varys's chessboard, the vanguard of the king, paving the way for the true dragon. Dany didn't know where Varys got the courage to let little Aegon see her. Were he and Illyrio the only two smart people in the world, and everyone else was a fool? Couldn't she see through his sinister intentions? To tell the truth, before little Aegon had appeared, Dany had felt a pitifully small amount of gratitude toward Illyrio. Even if he had sold Dany and Rhys, even if he had the same intention as Lu Bu, he was still seriously helping the Long family restore their country. Selling Dany Rhys to the Horse King could be seen as him not being strong enough to restore the Targaryen Empire on his own. He needed to borrow external forces and find outside help. Even if he had selfish motives, it didn't matter. There was no such thing as love for no reason in this world. He had given so much, so he had to get something in return, right? But when little Aegon appeared, the situation was completely different. This meant that Illyrio and Varys had always harbored ill intentions towards Dany Rise. They had never truly wanted to help second brother Way and her onto the Iron Throne. Glancing at the silent dragon queen, Ashaera gritted her teeth and said, "There's one more thing." Princess Illyrio wasn't sure if Aegon would restore the country. At that time, shame appeared on her beautiful face. She lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, "I got pregnant before marriage and gave birth to a stillborn girl. But outsiders didn't know about this. I only told Princess Illyrio. She wanted me to announce to the public that little Aegon was my child." Sir Barristan seems to. Dany had a strange expression. Unexpectedly, old Bart really guessed right. Ashaera wasn't Jon's mother. Dany already knew this, but for the people of this world, it wasn't easy for old Bart to know this 16 years ago. He knew that you gave birth to a stillborn daughter. Sir Barristan told you about me? Ashaera was surprised. Of course, he didn't hide his admiration for you. Crush. You probably don't know. Dany emphasized. No, I know. I know his feelings for me. Sincere and passionate love, but always protected at a safe distance. Ashaera's face had a hint of radiance. Her dark purple eyes, which were originally ordinary and boring, exuded a dazzling vitality in an instant. It was unforgettable. Yes, it was vitality. It seemed that old Bart's love for her had suddenly revived the deadwood nun whose heart was like dead ashes. Dany sighed in her heart. If it was a crush, then so be it. At least he wasn't a bootlicker. Obviously, the girl already knew that his love was so passionate. The more passionate it was, the less reciprocated it was, and the more inferior it seemed. It turned out that old Bart was also a pitiful bootlicker. The smile on Ashaera's face disappeared, and there was a hint of bitterness. She said, "Having a stillborn child before marriage is very disgraceful to the Dane family. My elder brother strictly sealed this matter within Starfall City. Dorne was already very desolate and Starfall City of Dorne rarely had outsiders. Therefore, at the very beginning, there was no news about me in the Seven Kingdoms. At that time, according to Princess Elia's idea, giving Prince Aegon to me could also be concealed. But before Varys brought the little prince to Starfall City, another person unexpectedly came to find me, a person I couldn't avoid. Eddard Stark. He is the father of your daughter, so before Aegon was delivered to you, he already knew about your difficult labor, and knew that the baby was a girl." Dany said strangely. "Isn't this too melodramatic? It's Eddard. Eddard is carrying Arthur's sword, Dawn, the clan sword of Starfall City." Ashaera nodded at first, then shook her head and said, "But Eddard is not the child's father." Her expression was somewhat hesitant, as if she really didn't want to reveal her lover in public. But Dany was so shocked that she didn't notice her hesitation. Even if she saw it, she would pretend not to see and continue to ask. Because, old Barth always thought that he was cuckolded by Eddard, and he could tolerate being cuckolded. But Eddard abandoned Ashaera, whom he regarded as a goddess, and even made the goddess commit suicide with a broken heart. This somewhat challenged the bottom line of a loyal bootlicker. Therefore, every time Eddard was mentioned, old Barth's resentment was almost as heavy as Big Bear's. Big Bear blamed Eddard because he had worked for Eddard for decades, but he wanted to chop off his head for a few poachers. But he didn't think that Eddard, who he thought was a scumbag, was actually also a pitiful bootlicker. Yes, in that wrong spring, at the tournament in Hellenberg, Liga mistakenly fell in love with Lyanna, and Eddard and Barristan also couldn't help but fall in love with the dazzling Ashaera. Old Barth once recalled that at the banquet of the tournament, Eddard blushed and peeked at Ashaera many times, and the adoration in his eyes almost flowed out. At that time, old Barth was also peeking at Ashaera. Eddard's eldest brother, Brandon, saw his younger brother's love for Ashaera, and repeatedly encouraged his younger brother to ask Ashaera for a dance. Eddard's face was so red that it was about to drip blood, but he was so nervous that he couldn't move. In the end, it was Brandon who walked to Ashara's side and told her that his younger brother admired her and wanted to dance with her. That night, old Barth saw with his own eyes how happy Ide was when he danced with Ashara in the crowd. Don't doubt that old Barth knew so much. A bootlicker who couldn't know every blade of grass and every tree around the goddess like the back of his hand wasn't a qualified bootlicker. Old Barth believed that Ide's love for Ashara was no less deep than his own. In this way, he could continue the lonely and glorious life of the White Knight, and give the true love of his heart to the simple and honest northern boy Ide. Who would have thought that the simple and honest boy would become a scumbag and kill the goddess? So he hated Ide's hypocrisy, hated himself for trusting the wrong person, hated himself for not taking the initiative to confess to the goddess, hated himself for not defeating Rhaegar and giving the crown of love and beauty to Ashara. Not only did he confess to the goddess, but he also helped the prince escape disaster. Whose child is it? I mean, the person you loved back then? Dany asked repeatedly. Hesitation flashed in Ashara's eyes, and she said in a low voice, Brandon. Ha! Which Brandon? Ashara lowered her eyes and said, Brandon Stark, Ide's eldest brother. The expression on Dany's face was wonderful. Never would she have thought, really never would she have thought. In the wrong spring, Cersei was not yet an adult, little Rose was just born, and Ashara was the #1 beauty of the Seven Kingdoms. It was normal to be admired by Brandon. But he clearly knew that his brother took her as his first love, and he himself was engaged to Catelyn Tully long ago. What a scumbag, to encourage his brother to confess to the goddess while secretly, miserable, too miserable. The honest Ide and Barristan were miserable. No, Ide was even more miserable. Ide probably knew that his brother got the goddess pregnant. No, it was not necessarily Ide who was more miserable. After Brandon was killed by the Mad King, his fiancée, Catelyn Tully, was taken over by Ide. The elder brother made his younger brother's first love a cuckold, the younger brother made his dead elder brother's fiancée give birth to 5 children for him. The cycle of karma, retribution. Ide knew that you were pregnant with Brandon's child, so he came to visit his brother's illegitimate child. Then, when he found out that the child was having a difficult birth, Varys changed his mind and let you fake your death to leave the Westeros? Dany asked her questions skillfully, hiding the gossip she really wanted to know in the serious business. Varys and Princess Elia had different thoughts from the beginning. Elia hoped that the young prince would live a peaceful life, while Varys hoped that Prince Aegon could restore his kingdom. Whether Ide went to Starfall City or not, the result would not have changed much, Ashara said with a complicated tone. Oh right, did Ide go to Starfall City alone? He also brought back an illegitimate child from Dorne, Jon Snow. Many Westeros think that Jon is your child, Dany said. Ide wasn't alone. He had a knight named Holland Lyde, a lover named Vera, and a boy, the Jon Snow you mentioned. Lover? Dany's pupils contracted. Yes, Ide told me that the child was his blood. Before he left, he asked my brother to take Vera in. At that time, Ide had already married Duke Tully's daughter. Lady Catelyn was pregnant, and Ide was worried that Vera's appearance in Winterfell would agitate her. He left a large sum of gold royals and left with the child. Although Ide killed Arthur, we didn't hate him. On the contrary, my brother admired Ide's character and bravery. Not only did he take Vera in, but he also made her Ide's wet nurse. Ide? Oh, it's my brother's son, Ide Rick. He was born 2 years after I left the Westeros. Ide defeated Arthur, showing his bravery. Ide followed the etiquette of a knight and personally returned Arthur's sword, proving his integrity and honor. My elder brother has always admired him, so he decided to name the child Ed a long time ago, Ashara explained. Ide Rick and Ide were nicknamed Ned. Just like Dany C and Dany Lees, their nicknames were Dany. Chapter 431. Is Vela still in Starfall City? Dany asked again. If nothing unexpected happened, she should still be here. My elder brother is very good to her and arranged for her to marry a knight instructor under his command. I heard that she gave birth to several children. Danny could not help but admire Ide. To be able to think of settling Vela in the remote Starfall city, this was very smart. To keep this insider who knew the fatal secret, this was very benevolent. You have never suspected? She asked again. Suspected what? Ashera was puzzled. Ide is lying. Why would he lie? Moreover, Ide is an upright person. He is a true knight like Sir Barristan. He values honor and never lies. Ashera said with certainty. Sigh. Danny sighed. An honest person would never lie in his life. If he said it once, he could deceive the whole world. Lady Ashera, I understand what you mean. Since Princess Elia did plan this, then Aegon must be her and Liga's son. Danny said seriously. Hearing the Dragon Queen personally admit little Aegon's identity, Ashera finally let out a sigh of relief. It's getting late, it's time for lunch. Come with me to the camp to taste the Dothraki delicacies. The Great Wall, Commander's Tower. Jon, his face pale, pushed Gilly into a corner of the room, her face full of fear. Jon's grey eyes showed that he could not bear it, but he still hardened his heart and said, there is not much danger. When Sir Gerald Dane's fleet arrives, your son will go south with the freedmen. Ho ho ho. Gilly sobbed softly. Why not someone else? Why me? You are the barbarian prince's wet nurse. He and your son are inseparable. Stannis cannot tell who is who. Moreover, you are braver than the other freedmen. Gilly looked at Jon hopefully and said, the barbarian prince can rely on the Dragon Queen. You also said that the Queen's fleet is coming, so the King of Hearts doesn't dare to touch him. Jon let go of Gilly and paced back and forth in the room with an irritated expression. He worriedly said, you don't understand how much the Dragon Queen's dragon stimulates Stannis. If he wanted to summon the magic dragon, he needed the king's blood. He needed a large amount of the king's blood. He even told me what he thought without hiding it. Mance Rayder can balance the barbarians beyond the Great Wall, so he's not in danger for the time being. But his son might not be. Where's the queen? Doesn't she care about this? She's at Slaver's Bay, too far away. Even if she wanted to interfere, it would be too late. Rest assured, when Stannis does indeed intend to sacrifice the little prince, I will tell him the truth. Your son doesn't have the royal bloodline. Even if you sacrifice him, you won't get Lalo's response. At most, Stannis will be angry with me, but he will not harm your son. I swear I didn't lie to you. Jon comforted her. Your oath is useless. I will only believe it if the Dragon Queen swears it. Gilly said. Jon's face twisted, and a layer of blood rushed to his pale cheeks. Why? He asked hoarsely. You are a Night's Watchman. The Night's Watchman violated the guest's rights, killed my father, and took his castle, food, and women. The Dragon Queen always keeps her word. Targaryen, her words are as heavy as a mountain. Everyone knows that. Gilly said. Well, Gilly was Cast's daughter and wife, one of them. Jon's chest was stuffy. He irritably rubbed his messy hair and said, my father is Stark. Haven't you heard of Stark's reputation in the north and beyond the Great Wall? No. The female barbarian said honestly. Jon choked and said, Sam is also a Night's Watchman. You don't believe Sam? I believe him, but you asked me not to tell Sam about the baby swap. Jon stared at the female barbarian's frightened but gentle blue eyes and said seriously, if you don't swap your son for the barbarian prince, Stannis will sacrifice him sooner or later. Then, Mons will go crazy. The freedmen were able to behave after the queen left because Mons was in charge. He sent batches of barbarians to Eastwatch and recruited batches of barbarians from beyond the Great Wall. Mons saved countless freedmen and maintained the peace of the north. If he sees his son burned to death, he will definitely lead the barbarians in rebellion. How many people will die then? Gilly, for the greater good, why can't you sacrifice a little? The tough walls in Jilly's eyes collapsed, leaving only fear. Then, she started crying again. After a while, the female barbarian said in a choked voice, "Swear that my son will not be harmed." "I swear." John sighed in relief. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after Jilly left, someone knocked on the wooden door of the office. John's dark eyes lit up as he recovered from his depressed self-blame. He asked, "Who is it?" "Lord Commander, it's me." "Sardine, come in." The door was pushed open, and a beautiful boy came in. He had a pair of watery black eyes, fair skin, and soft black curly hair. He was as pretty as a girl. Sardine came from a brothel in the old town. Lord Slint refused to leave Dark Castle, Sardine said. He refused? John's eyes flashed with excitement and coldness. He stood up, took down the sword belt on the wall, and walked out of the command tower. Considering that winter was coming and the snow would cover the houses and roads, the Dark Castle decided to use underground tunnels and cellars. The tunnels were densely packed and connected to all the storehouses and towers. The cellars were spacious and sturdy. The largest one could hold hundreds of people. At this time, Slint was in a cellar that was used as a dining room. Under the dim yellow light, he was drinking oatmeal while laughing and chatting with a few night watchers. The arrival of the commander made everyone in the hall quiet down. The sound of chewing, chatting, laughing, and the sound of spoons colliding with bowls suddenly disappeared. The night watchers, barbarians, and the knights of the deer party all opened their eyes wide and stared at John, who was walking in front of Slint. "Lord Janos, you refuse to go to Greyguard Castle?" John asked calmly. "You little brat, go yourself." Slint did not take the commander seriously at all. He laughed and said, "You have the mark of a beast on you. The dire wolf is the evidence. If you ask me, a piece of trash like you should go to Greyguard Castle. Stay away from us righteous people who worship the gods. Get lost, bastard, ha ha ha." The coldness in John's eyes turned into murderous intent. He asked loudly, "You refuse to carry out the commander's order?" Slint's fat chin trembled a few times. He raised a finger and laughed contemptuously. "Bastard, fuck your ass. He he he." Eliza and a few of the dragon party's followers laughed softly. The cellar was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. "Very good." John nodded calmly and turned to his companions behind him. He ordered, "Take Lord Janos to the stable. Let me go, I have friends in King's Landing." "I am Duke Tywin's man," Slint threatened loudly, but he was still dragged by a melancholy Eddie and stupid ox Guylan to the courtyard. At this time, everyone in Dark Castle came out to watch. Even Stannis was standing on the steps of the king's tower next to Melisandre. They were surrounded by a group of knights. Slint thought that John was going to tie him to a horse and forcibly send him to Greyguard Castle. He shouted, "I will not surrender, bastard, I will not go to Greyguard Castle even if I die." "You are wrong." From the stable door, John dragged out a thick oak plank covered with slash marks. It was used by the stablemen to cut the horse's grass. "Eddie, hold him down." He pulled out a long claw from his waist and pointed at the board. "Ah!" Everyone was shocked. Slint's face suddenly turned pale and he was scared out of his wits. In a daze, he was dragged to the entrance of the stable and pressed on the chopping board. Then, the cold and rough board on his face woke him up. Slint struggled like a carp out of water. He begged, "No, mercy. My lord, I beg of you, please have mercy, I." John looked into his eyes, just like I'd had taught them since they were young. If you want to take someone's life, you should at least look into his eyes and listen to his last words. If you can't do that, then maybe he doesn't deserve to die. Father, he deserves to die. Not only can I look into his eyes, but I can also look into his eyes. Right now, I dare to look into the eyes of the Grim Reaper. Crack! The long claw didn't seem to be slowed down at all. Slint's head rolled on the ground, leaving a trail of blood behind. Go now. Sir Elisa's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. He urged his younger brother, "Go to the East Sea now. If the Queen doesn't come back, I will never come to Dark Castle again." This guy, the red-nosed old professor on the crow's nest, was shocked. I can see some of her shadow in him. He is also a ruthless character. Friar Silita, so Slint's head back and burn it before it gets dark. John felt unprecedentedly happy, but he did not show it on his face. He wiped his claw clean with horse grass, walked past the crowd, and climbed up the crow's nest. "My lord, what are your orders?" Perestan immediately came up to him. His voice was softer, his waist was 4 degrees lower, and his attitude was 7 degrees more respectful. Seeing his expression and attitude, John sighed and said, "I want to send Sam to the City of Knowledge. Other than proving that there are deviant ghosts, I also want to recruit a group of scholars. At the very least, they must be able to read, write, and raise ravens. With the Queen providing us with a large amount of resources and loaning the young cavemen, we have the ability to station people in all 17 castles of the Great Wall. The beacon towers can only send messages for emergencies, and daily communication depends on the ravens. When winter comes, the roads will be blocked by snow, and the ravens will be more important. So, I need at least 13 scholars." The ravens in this world were not normal ravens, and they were also different from pigeons. The knowledge required to manage them was no less than mathematics and literature. Other than scholars, ordinary people did not know how to raise them at all. For example, ordinary people used the same method as pigeons. They kept the ravens by their side and tied the letters to the ravens' legs when there was an emergency. The ravens would then fly back home. Scholars were different. They could tell where a raven had been and where it could go, and they could also tell them where to send the letters. "Commander, don't worry." As soon as the Queen left, I informed the City of Knowledge, Perestan said. "I don't want anything to happen to Sam. Do you understand what I mean?" John looked directly into the eyes of the red-nosed old man. "I understand." The old professor smiled awkwardly. "My lord, don't worry. I know the tricks of the professors in the City of Knowledge. When I sent the letters for the first time, I clearly warned them that I would also write to Count Tully. If Sam did not reach the City of Knowledge safely, the consequences would be unpredictable. Well, Count Tully is a ruthless person. He even dared to bring soldiers to threaten the Great Sparrow Church and massacred the Great Cathedral. Chapter 432. Professor Perestan comforted the commander-in-chief. "Actually, you don't have to worry about the lack of scholars. With the Dragon Queen's temper, it would be strange if she let go of the City of Knowledge so easily. In less than half a year, there will definitely be a large number of professors and scholars exiled to the Great Wall. If you want, you can even build an elementary school in the Dark Castle and I will be the manager, ha ha ha." At the end, the red-nosed old professor laughed proudly. John looked at the red-nosed old professor strangely for a while. His lips moved, but he did not say anything. Then, "Continue to ask the lords for help. Tell them that the long night is coming and to help the Great Wall as soon as possible." John emphasized with a complicated tone, "We need knights. There are too many loned barbarians. We need honorable and capable knights to manage them." The old professor shook his head and cursed, "The nobles have no honor. They are all asking about the 50 gold royals. They said that if the Great Wall immediately fulfilled its promise, each night watchman would cost 50 gold royals, and they would send as many night watchmen as they wanted. Damn it, they are treating the honorable night watchers as slave traders. If they were really buying and selling slaves, a slave warrior would not be worth 50 silver deer at most. 50 gold royals is the reward given by the Dragon Queen to the night watchers after the long night. The nobles have no right to take it." John frowned. The old man spread his hands and said helplessly, "I said the same thing. Then they called me a fake Perestan. Speaking of which, I have to defend the City of Knowledge. The professors and I violated the rights of the guests. We are terrible." But no matter what, the integrity of the scholars is much higher than that of the nobles. The reason why we are terrible now is because the nobles of the 7 kingdoms are 10 times worse than us. They even pulled down the lower limit of the scholars. John glared at the red-nosed old professor and said, "When Sam brings the deviant ghosts to the south, the nobles will change their minds. Just like you said, the City of Hope has a higher bottom line than the knights." After leaving the crow's nest, John saw Melisandre in the courtyard again. She seemed to have known that he was going to find her and was waiting there. John slowed down and walked over without hesitation, asking, "Can you ensure that the deviant ghosts lose the ability to revive the dead and not melt?" "Perhaps," the red-robed woman said. "Maybe." John was not satisfied with this answer. "I've never met a deviant ghost before, and the little deviant ghost is still in the process of being studied, but you just had to send it away." The red-robed woman's tone was also somewhat resentful. "Double insurance. If you can't seal the big deviant ghost's magic to resurrect the dead, you can only let Sam kill it and then show the little deviant ghost to the City of Knowledge and the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. Small deviant ghosts don't know magic and are far less shocking than big deviant ghosts. They can only be used as backups," John explained. "I'll leave a seal on them and give Samuel a ruby. If the seal fails and the deviant ghost recovers its magic halfway, the ruby will flash red as a reminder," Melisandre said. "All right." John heaved a sigh of relief and turned to walk towards the command tower. Melisandre walked a few steps closer to John and held his arm. Before he could break free, she said, "John, as a newbie shadowbinder, don't reject my friendship." Even through the woolen sweater and leather jacket, John could feel the astonishing heat from her soft body. She pulled his rough hand up and pressed it against her heart. "Yes, do you feel it? Magic as vast as the sea." John's hand was trembling. "My body is completely made up of flames and shadows. I no longer need food, water, or air a long time ago. One day, when I complete the mission Lalo gave me, I will ascend to his kingdom. Do you understand what this means? Kings who have passed away, unborn children, I want to communicate, and there is no place I can't go. Time drifts, seasons change, I want to travel, and I can reach the end. John, do you understand this realm?" The red-robed woman gently blew into John's ear. "I am the god of shadow binders." John pursed his lips and said indifferently, "I'm not a shadow binder. I specialize in the fire sorcery that Her Majesty Dany Rise taught me. It's a pity that she didn't receive the complete legacy of the great sorcerer. Why don't you let me guide you to grasp the secrets of the holy fire?" Melisandre smiled. "I'm not interested in the holy fire. As a night watcher, the secrets of the holy fire are useless to me," John said. "Huh, how can it be useless?" Melisandre smiled. "The holy fire can reveal the truth. With the holy fire, you can see through rocks and earth, and see the darkest secrets in people's souls. John, I saw you in the holy fire. You can't escape. I'm at the Great Wall. I won't escape. No matter what happens in the future, I'm not afraid. You can't scare me." John retracted his right hand and broke free from the red-robed woman's arm. The red-robed woman smiled. "Lord Snow, you're nervous." John didn't want to admit this, so he changed the topic. "Why did you come to the Great Wall? Why did you come here from Asha?" The red-robed woman raised her head, and the gem on her neck shone with red light. She said as if she was singing, "A long time ago, I dreamed of the Great Wall. I know it better than you night watchers. It contains the knowledge and wisdom of our ancestors. It's the door to the world. What happens here will affect the entire world and decide the direction of the next era. The Great Wall is where you should come. It's where the Dragon Queen should come. It's also where I should come." "I don't know what you're talking about." John ignored her and strode toward the top of the tower. "You'll understand." Melisandre looked at his back and muttered. Passing through the ghost shadow forest and the ice plains with sparse ironwood, in the land of eternal winter in the extreme north, there was a tall hill covered with weirwood with red palm leaves. Weirwood as thick as a person's arm, as thick as a finger, as thick as a bowl, and countless white tree trunks were squeezed together. It was like the burial ground of the gods. Below the hill. It was a world. An underground world that belonged to the children of the forest. Under Sam's guidance, Bran left the Great Wall. He sat on the back of Ling Shou's huge elk and traveled dozens of miles, hundreds of miles a day. He walked north for almost a month. The sun rose and set, crossing mountains, rivers, and forests. Finally, he arrived at the foot of the hill that looked like the tomb of an old god. Countless ghouls surrounded the hill, like an army of millions surrounding a city. When Bran first arrived, the ghouls were buried in snow. He didn't even know how long they had been here. Ling Shou was right. The cave was covered by magic. The ghouls couldn't enter, and Ling Shou couldn't enter either. Only living people with warm bodies could enter. Bran saw many squirrel people. In a daze, he stepped into Old Nan's story. The children of the forest were like children, about 10 years old. Their eyes were large and clear, and there were all kinds of colors. They were long and narrow like cat's eyes. They wore cloaks woven from leaves, and their skin was like a doe's, covered in spots. So many squirrel people. Dozens, hundreds, Bran cheered. Many? No, we're only left with these people. The squirrel people had a clear girlish voice, but their tone was very sad. Squirrel people are like children, Mara Reed said. The ancestors called us children, and the giants called us squirrels. But we're neither squirrels nor children. The children of the forest's name means people who sing praises to the earth, in the original language. Long before your ancient language was born, we've been singing in our own language for millions of years, the singer said. Mara said, but you're speaking the common language. This is for him. He can't understand me when I speak the original language, the singer pointed at Bran and said. I was born in the era of the demon dragon. I wandered the human world for 200 years, observing, listening, and learning. I can even speak the Valeglia language. I've seen the human King Rui. I've seen the blood dragon dance wildly and the demon dragon wither. I originally wanted to continue my travels, but my legs were sore. Everything in the human world made me mentally exhausted, so I turned around and went home. The singer's voice was full of vicissitudes, and his eyes were deep. Heavens, 200 years. Mara and Bran cried out in surprise. The singer smiled and said, perhaps, I can tell your story to the guests I meet in the next 200 years. The story of Bran and the story of the Dragon Queen. Who's the Dragon Queen? Bran asked doubtfully. When you become the three-eyed crow, you can see for yourself. Her story has already been engraved on the leaves and the roots of the trees, forever and ever, the singer said with a sigh. Do you have a name? Bran asked. Enai Budong. The singer opened his mouth and uttered a strange sound. If you use the original language to express it, it's just a symbol, he said. What if you use the common language? Bran continued asking. It's very long. There are thousands of words. You can call me Leaf, the singer said. The singer held a torch and led the way in front. They crossed a row of fishwood roots that were as thick and long as pythons, crossed a few underground rivers, and crossed a narrow bridge that spanned the two ends of a canyon. In the end, Bran, Adu, and Leda followed the singer to a cave filled with fishwood roots. At the center of the cave, fishwood was woven into a throne, and there was a skeleton king on it. His body was thin and weak, and his black clothes were tattered and decayed. The tree roots wrapped around his body like wooden pythons. One of them went through his pants, into his withered thigh, and protruded out of his shoulder. Specks of dark red leaves grew on his skull, and countless gray mushrooms occupied his forehead. There was only a small piece of skin left on his face, and it was tight and hard like white leather. Even this piece of skin was cracking, and brown or yellow bones protruded from it. One of his eyes was as red as a pool of blood, while a thin white tree root crawled down his cheek from the other eye socket and pierced into his neck. This was a person who grew together with Fishwood. The three-eyed crow? Bran asked uncertainly. Yes, the three-eyed crow, Blindon, River Text, the Duke of Blood Crow, and the Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers. I'm all of them. The corpse's red eyes glowed. Bran, you finally came. I observed you for a long time, and I witnessed your birth with my 1001 eyes. I saw you take your first step, speak your first word, and enter your first dream. I saw you fall from the tower with my own eyes. Bran looked at his leg and said expectantly, my leg is broken. Can you heal it? Blindon replied, I can't do it. Tears welled up in Bran's eyes as he wept weakly. But you've entered my dreams so many times, asking me to come to you, and I've come all the way here, to heal my legs. Be strong, child. You didn't come here to heal your leg, but to inherit my position and become the three-eyed crow, Blindon said. Inherit your position? When the 9-year-old Bran saw Blindon, whose body grew together with the tree roots, and whose head had a mushroom, his body shivered, and he cried even harder. Chapter 433. You will never be able to walk again, Bran, but you can fly. Blindon sighed. I want to recover my health. I want to become a knight like the fearless Barristan. Bran cried. The heavens have destined that you will never become a knight. Bran, becoming a three-eyed crow is your destiny. Blindon comforted him. Boo-hoo-hoo. Bran cried very sadly. Beside him, Mera also felt sad for him. Bran, when you learn how to fly, you will no longer miss the feeling of walking, Jojen said. Jojen and Mera were the children of the Neck Marsh Lord, Holland lied. When they pledged their loyalty to Stark in Winterfell during the harvest season, they became friends with Bran. However, the two Lides did not simply pledge their loyalty to the Lord. They both had a mission, to help Brandon become a three-eyed crow. Jojen was also half a green prophet. He had the ability of green vision, which meant that he could make prophecies in dreams. However, he was not a wolf spirit, nor was he a shapeshifter. Jojen's condition was similar to Dany C, who prophesied Valeglia's destruction. Dany C had the ability of a dragon's dream, but she was not a dragon spirit. How should I fly? Bran sobbed as he asked. If you want to fly, you have to hurry up and learn. She has already changed your destiny. The future is shrouded in fog. You do not have many days left, Blindon said. Who is she? Bran asked. Stormborn Dany Liz Targaryen, the mother of dragons, the dragon queen of Slave Bay, and Calixi of the Great Grass Sea, Blindon said. Ah, Targaryen. Bran was shocked. I thought that Robert had killed all the Targaryens. Humph, I am also a Targaryen, Blindon said. Ah. Bran was stunned. Old Nan had also told him the story of the three-eyed crow. The Blood Crow Duke who had 1001 eyes was Targaryen's illegitimate son. Why is that Dany Rise called the Mother of Dragons and the Dragon Queen? Does she have a dragon? Mera asked. Yes, bringing back dragons to this world is one of her missions. Unfortunately, she did not follow her fate. The future has become uncertain. Westeros are shrouded in a layer of cold fog, making me no longer omniscient. The long night could not be ended according to the trajectory of fate. Bran, your mission is very heavy. Blindon said helplessly. Why can she go against fate, but I'm destined to be a cripple just like you? Bran shouted. Because she broke free from fate. I also want to break free from fate, Bran announced loudly. Blindon looked at Bran, who was full of fighting spirit, with his blood-red eyes and said, You can. If you study hard and get all of my legacy, you will have the ability to change your fate. Just like, Guanin Bodhisattva said to Joker, you want to change your fate? Yes, with power, you can change your fate. Joker asked, then how can I have power? Guanin Bodhisattva said, if you wear the golden circlet, you will become Sun Wukong and have the power of the great sage equal to heaven. If you protect Tang Sanzang and complete the mission of Journey to the West, you will become the victorious fighting Buddha and have the same status as me and Tathagata. Joker was overjoyed. Where is the golden circlet? Where is Monk Tang? I will go now. Bran was overjoyed. Teach me, I will study hard. Brinden did not respond. Sir Blinden, the three-eyed crow. Bran shouted in confusion. He is too tired. After talking so much, he needs to rest, Singer Yi said. Talking so much? Bran was even more confused. Singer Yi explained, he has already surpassed the lifespan of a mortal, but he is still on his deathbed. This is for us, for you, and for the human kingdom. His body only has a little bit of strength left, but his spirit will never die. You can communicate with him through other methods. What methods? Trees. You are the green prophet, and you can know everything through trees, Jiujin said. What trees? Weirwood? Bran asked. Jiujin said, not only weirwood, but also oak trees, iron trees, elm trees. Even after you become the three-eyed crow, the earth and rivers, the land and the mountains, the wind and the rain will all be mediums for you to observe the world. They are eternal, and they have experienced the past and seen the past. They will also experience the future, and they will be evergreen forever. Compared to them, our life is like a shooting star, bright but short. After I die, they will still be there, recording the story of time, your story, and my story. And my story. I will also die. Bran, you will see my past. What is the past to you may be the future to me, Mara said with a smile. Bran wanted to cry. He felt an indescribable sadness. He looked at the short 16-year-old girl in front of him and wanted to say loudly, I don't want you to die. If you die, I won't live either. He swallowed the words that almost came out of his mouth. Just like many times along the way, when he wanted to say, I love you, to her when he possessed Adu. Only when he was in Adu's beast-like strong body did he have the confidence to say, I love you, to her. He liked to see her valiant figure when she held the three-pronged frog spear to catch fish. He liked her optimism and cheerfulness. He liked her liveliness, just like how he used to be. He liked her loyalty and fearlessness. He liked her beauty, even though Mara was thin, short, and flat-chested like a little boy. He liked the smile in her green eyes when she looked at him the most. Unfortunately, he could not say it. Scholar Lewin had told him that not only could he not walk, he could not marry and have children, but he could become a scholar. He could not become the fearless Baristan, could not marry and have children. He looked forward to the three-eyed crow being able to do what Scholar Lewin could not. After all, it was the three-eyed crow. But now, the 9-year-old Bran seemed to have become an adult overnight, because he already tasted the hardships and helplessness that only adults had. In the end, Bran looked at Mara expectantly and said, you should also learn from Sir Blinden and become a green prophet with me. If she also became a green prophet, they could be together forever. Mara seemed to have seen something in his eyes. She turned her head away sadly and said, I can't. Jiujin sighed and said, the gods only let a small number of mortals drink the green spring water so that they can listen to the whispers of the leaves like gods and see the world through the eyes of the trees. Bran, you are one of the lucky ones who drank the green spring water. I am slightly luckier than Mara. I drank a small mouthful of the green spring water and obtained the ability of the green dream. But in your story, my part is already finished. Bringing you here was my destiny, and it has already been completed. Bran, Bran, Bran. Suddenly, a voice that sounded like a breeze reached Bran's ears. He wanted to listen carefully, but his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed on the blanket. Don't worry, he has entered the green dream. This was the last voice that reached his ears. It was the singer, Leaf, who spoke. Where is this? Why is it so dark? Bran was engulfed by the abyss-like darkness, and he cried out in fear. You are going down along the roots, and further down. Blinden's voice echoed in his ears. It was stronger and clearer than before. Bran, don't be afraid of the dark. The strongest tree will plant its roots in the darkest abyss of the earth, and you will be the roots. Darkness will become your cloak, your shield, and your mother's milk that nourishes you. Darkness will make you strong. From today onwards, I will be your teacher, and I will teach you how to grow quickly from the darkness. Yes, teacher, Bran replied. Black Castle. Hiss, 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 the flames in the fireplace danced like dancers, and the flames reflected Melisandre's eyes. To outsiders, the flames in the fireplace were just flames, but in the eyes of the red-robed woman, she saw something different. A corpse-like pale wooden face rose from the flames, with 1,001 blood-red eyes on it, staring at the red-robed woman. The red-robed woman did not dodge, and she faced him head-on. Suddenly, a wolf-faced boy rose from the flames. He turned his head and roared at her. "Ah!" Melisandre cried out softly, covering her eyes and taking a step back. Whoosh, 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 there seemed to be a gust of wind in the fireplace, the flames swayed, and ashes flew. After a while, the tingling in her eyes disappeared. Melisandre put down her hands, and her face was solemn. Almost at the same time, in the top garden of the Great Pyramid of Astapor, under the candlelight, a small banquet was going on. Suddenly, a salty sea breeze blew from the dock, lifting the hair by Dany's ear, and transmitted a faint, dreamy voice into her ear. Looking at the Dragon Queen who suddenly stopped talking, Clinton and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to do. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Old Ymont called softly. Dany came back to her senses, put down her fork, stood up, and walked to the thick parapet that was as high as her waist. She looked to the west, far away, with a complicated expression. "If I said that I just heard the sound of leaves rustling outside the Great Wall, would you believe me?" she said softly. "Ah!" Everyone was stunned. "Dany, what did you hear?" Ymont was puzzled. Another green prophet was born, and the weirwood was overjoyed, and the trees and mountains of Westeros were singing for him. "Then, the wind brought this news to me," Dany said with a strange expression. To be honest, it was not the first time she heard news from other places through the wind. But the distance was not far, and it was close to her. And only when she entered the state of listening to the Song of Wind, there was a very low chance that she would hear it randomly. "Your Majesty, can you hear what my sister is doing now?" Tyrion was chewing on a piece of delicious roast beef as he asked vaguely. "I don't need to hear, I know that she is cursing 3 people now." Dany sat back in her chair and continued with her dinner. "Who?" "The Great Sparrow, you and your Uncle Kevin." My uncle? He can be compared to me and the Great Sparrow?" Tyrion said in disbelief. "Kevin took her iron throne. Sir Kevin became the regent. He is 10 times, no, 100 times smarter than Cersei. With him, the King's Landing will definitely be stabilized." Clinton was shocked. The imp smiled bitterly. "That's the problem. How can my sister tolerate others taking her things? Her things will always be hers, and if she takes a fancy to someone else's things, they will still be hers. I'm afraid it won't be easy. Cersei has been accused of many crimes by the church. Even if she escapes in the end, it will be difficult for her to reach the peak of power. The people and nobles of the 7 kingdoms will not tolerate the Queen Regent who is guilty of murdering her husband, committing adultery, and blasphemy," Old Ymont said slowly. If Cersei can admit defeat in peace, then it's my loss. Let's wait and see what she will do." "It will be very exciting," Dany sneered. "Your Majesty really knows my sister." Tyrion sighed and asked curiously, "Why not you?" "I have already sworn to the nobles of the 7 kingdoms that I will not be a threat to her before the long night ends," Dany said to little Aegon on her right. Chapter 434. Eldest nephew, what plans do you have for the future? Dany asked as she stared at the youth whose eyes were drifting. "Illyrio's letter to you." Little Aegon averted his gaze and said in an unnatural tone. Eldest nephew, who are you and who am I? Danny smiled playfully. As a king, you should humbly listen to the advice of others. But if you follow the script laid out by others, would you still be a king? Little Aegon saw the mockery on her face and felt anger rise in his heart. He turned to look at her and asked, Danny, what do you think of Illyrio's advice? Danny? The smile on Danny's face widened. Kid, keep this anger in you, it will make you work harder. Then, she retracted her smile and said seriously, Aegon, I don't have much trust in Varys, but Sir Clinton and Sister Ashera are true people with honor. I trust their words 100%. I'll admit that you are the son of Prince Rhaegar and Princess Illyrio, but there are some things that I have to make clear. Speak. Aegon said with a tense face. Danny raised a finger and said, First, I believe in the 7 gods, and I'm the Archbishop of Slavers Bay. Starting from me, the Targaryen tradition of marriage between close relatives will be abolished. Ah, everyone couldn't help but cry out in surprise, looking at Danny with eyes full of disbelief. Clinton looked worriedly at the pale Aegon and advised, Your Majesty, you and Aegon's descendants will have a nobler bloodline. Danny waved her hand and said disapprovingly, The only thing that is truly noble is one's character. Our lifespans will end one day, and only our souls will meet the 7 gods. What does a person do to decide the nobility of their soul? Believe it or not, my father Illyrio and brother Rhaegar are suffering in the 7 hells. Their bloodline is noble enough. The 7 hells. Clinton and little Aegon looked at the Dragon Queen in horror, as if she had become a stranger who had brought them to the 7th level of hell. On the other hand, Tyrion was looking at the Queen with even more interest. Your Eminence, do you think my father is in the same level of hell as King Aerys and Prince Rhaegar? He asked with a grin. Well, Danny scratched her chin and pondered. My dad only burned the old Stark to death and tortured the old Stark to death. Come to think of it, his main sin was his insanity. However, insanity was only an illness and not a major sin. Stranger might have him stay in the 2nd level of hell. Then, it was my brother, Sai, going against the holy marriage. This sin is quite big, at least in the 4th level of hell. Lastly, your father, who betrayed his oath by deceiving the King's Landing into opening the gates and pillaging the people. He murdered the innocent Princess Lelia. He was also responsible for Waldfrey's violation of the rights of the guests. It's probably in the 6th layer of hell. That makes sense. Tyrion nodded in agreement with a serious expression. The 7 hells. What are you talking about? Clinton and the others looked at the 2 people who were talking as if they were lunatics. I'm talking about something that everyone knows. Just because you don't say it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, Danny said indifferently. You're insulting my father. Little Aegon clenched his fists, the veins on his neck popping out. Your father is her elder brother, the little prince, the little devil said with a grin. Little Aegon turned around and said coldly, You killed your father. You should go to the 7th level of hell. There are benefits to the 7th level. The little devil shrugged indifferently. When you go down, you can go through the 4th and 6th levels and meet your father and my father. Aegon, don't blame your aunt. She swore that she would not start a war before the long night. Ymont comforted him gently. The anger on Aegon's face disappeared. He looked calmly at Danny and asked, The long night is not certain. If the next summer comes as usual, between the 2 of us, who will have the highest priority to inherit the Iron Throne? The moment he said this, everyone fell silent. Clinton looked at his adopted son in a daze. His mouth opened, but he could not say a word. What do you think? Danny asked with interest. After the mad dance of the Blood Dragon, the Great Council established the inheritance system where men have priority over women, Aegon said solemnly. Eldest nephew, do you know that the nobles of the 7 kingdoms will only acknowledge your identity if I acknowledge it? No one in the 7 kingdoms will believe Varys' words. Sir Clinton and Sister Ashera are upright people, but integrity and honor are not as useful as a rusted sword in the 7 kingdoms today, Danny said with a smile. You. Aegon's face paled. he said in shock and anger. You want to use this method to force me to withdraw from the fight for the Iron Throne? No, no, no. Dany waved her hand. The rule I said is the one who ends the long night is king. The goal is to reduce the chaos of war and preserve strength to deal with the other ghosts. If I acknowledge your identity and let you use my declaration to recruit soldiers in the Seven Kingdoms, won't my plan to preserve the vitality of the Seven Kingdoms be ruined? Also, what will the others think? And we'll take down Dragonstone Island, use the oath to numb the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, and then arrange for me to attack the Iron Throne. Aegon, the long night is real. Old Ymont frowned, his voice no longer gentle. Aegon tugged at his cool silk clothes and said, "Look at the weather in Astapor, it's almost melting people. Does it look like the long night is coming? How about this?" Dany's eyes flashed, and she suggested, "If you follow my rules and wait for the long night to come, and will bring you to kill the other ghosts. If we meet the other Ghost King, I will give you the head and let you become the prophesied child to end the long night, becoming the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. If you want to do it alone, you are not my son. I can't control you, and I can't be bothered to. You can do whatever you want, but I won't endorse your actions, and I won't break the oath for you. Which option do you choose?" Aegon's lips moved. He struggled for a moment before turning his gaze to his adoptive father, Clinton. Clinton frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "Her Majesty is not wrong. Since you have made a holy oath, you must strictly abide by it. The problem now is whether the long night will come or not. Her Majesty trusts all of you." With just one sentence, she recognized Prince Aegon as her nephew, "But you don't believe her?" The centaur maid, Chi-Chi, said angrily. Oh, she and Irri both trusted Calixi. When Calixi said that the long night was coming, they immediately began to worry. Would the world turn dark after the long night? Should they prepare more candles? How cold would the winter be? How much blankets and firewood should they prepare? Dany's Blood Alliance guards and Kars also immediately believed her. They began to suggest slaughtering the southern horses that could not withstand the cold, and going to the Horse King's city to purchase a batch of northern long-haired horses. The north and south of the centaurs were divided by the Dothraki plains. Chi-Chi's question made Clinton and the others feel awkward and ashamed. The long night is a little too sensational. It's not that we don't trust the Queen, it's just that we find it hard to accept. Tyrion said something fair. Ashaya's eyes swept across the dwarf's ugly face, and finally landed on the Dragon Queen's beautiful face. She asked, "If we don't immediately depart for the Westeros, how will Her Majesty arrange for Prince Aegon?" "Eldest nephew, what do you know?" Dany asked. Aegon swept his gaze across everyone's faces, and said confidently and proudly, "Sir Duckfy taught me martial arts, Sir Clinton taught me the spirit of chivalry and the skills of commanding an army, Halden is my mentor, he taught me literature, history, mathematics, and etiquette, Lemore. Sister Ashaya taught me pious faith and the principles of being a person, she is my spiritual mentor." Tyrion supported his forehead with his hand, and secretly observed the Dragon Queen's expression with one of his blue eyes. Fortunately, she didn't explode in anger, and her eyes didn't become gloomy, just a little calm. Varys is really looking for death. Sending Aegon to the Queen, wasn't it to deliberately provoke her, to make her compare her experience with Aegon? Tyrion raised his hand, and said with a smile, "Me too, I'll play chess with the prince." Dany glanced at the dwarf and said to little Aegon, "Tomorrow, as the Archbishop, I'll confer you the title of Honorary Knight, and then arrange a position for you in Slave Bay." Honorary Knight? The Church's armed forces? Aegon asked excitedly. He wasn't a knight yet. You'll understand when you take the oath tomorrow. Just in time, the Allied army has begun to enter Mad-Eris. I estimate that they will follow the Valeglia Avenue straight to Borash. They will use the ruins of the Valeglia era as a stronghold, and cooperate with the fleet to launch an attack on Meereen in the east. The war is about to begin. I can arrange for you to go to Meereen, go to the front lines to gain experience, and master your knowledge. Aunt Dani kindly made career plans for her nephew. Will it be dangerous? Ashera asked worriedly. He doesn't have to participate in the battle, and doesn't have to lead the charge, so he'll definitely be safer than me. Of course, he can also do nothing, and just live in the Great Pyramid, and when the long night comes, he'll go to the Great Wall to fight the other ghosts. At this point, Dani asked curiously, Nephew, your father also said that you're the child of prophecy. What do you think about the other ghosts and the long night? Do you want to fulfill your duty as the child of prophecy, and deal with the other ghosts? I'm the child of prophecy. I don't know. And I haven't even taken back the Iron Throne, why should I help the Night Watchers fight the other ghosts? Little Aegon said blankly. Sigh. Old Ymont sighed, and turned his head away. Dani looked at Clinton and asked, what plans do you have for his future? Tell us, and we can consult each other and try to reach a consensus. The wrinkles at the corner of Clinton's eyes deepened, and he sighed. Her Majesty won't marry Prince Aegon, and doesn't plan to immediately send troops to the Westeros, and the other ghosts beyond the Great Wall. This is too different from our original plan. What plans did you have, or rather, what did Varys arrange? Tyrion asked. He was not trusted by Clinton, and at first, he did not even know the true identities of Aegon and Clinton. Her Majesty will marry Prince Aegon, and let the prince become a dragon knight and... Clinton hesitantly glanced at the Dragon Queen, Cora, Missandei, Grey Worm, the Centaur Maid, and the others, and his expression was very awkward. What are we waiting for? Dani asked with a frown. When Slavers Bay is defeated by the Alliance army, immediately lead the remaining Unsullied to Pentos, and then use Dragonstone Island as a base to quickly take down the King's Landing, the weathered middle-aged man said awkwardly. We won't be defeated by the Alliance army. As expected, the officials and generals at Slavers Bay were filled with righteous indignation. Varys and Illyrio don't think that I can defeat the Alliance army, and that's fine. But if I really fail, how many subordinates will I have left? Can I quickly take down the King's Landing? Dani asked doubtfully. I also have a trump card. Aunt Dani, I didn't come to you empty-handed, Aegon said proudly. Chapter 435. Tell me, what trump card did Illyrio prepare for you? Dani asked with interest. This. Little Aegon immediately regretted revealing his trump card on impulse. Now that he heard his aunt's question, he could not help but look at his godfather for help. There is no need for your highness to hide anything from Her Majesty, Clinton said without hesitation. In just 2 short days of contact, Clinton had already seen the Queen's character. Like himself and Barristan, she cherished her personal honor and was a true knight with the classical spirit of a knight. The heiress period before Robert was only 16 years ago, but it had become the classical era of knights that could only be recalled. The Westeros nowadays were too lousy, there were almost no true knights. It's the Golden Group, little Aegon said. The Golden Group? Cora, who had been silent all this while, exclaimed for the first time. Because he clearly remembered that the Golden Group had clearly rejected Dany, Rhys, and Second Brother Way. In order to treat the Golden Group, Second Brother Way had even sold Queen Layla's crown. In the end, the Golden Group ate and drank heartily while loudly mocking the beggar king. Is the Golden Group reliable? What about their employment contract with Myr? Dany frowned. She remembered that in Game of Thrones, the Golden Group had been hired by Cersei to deal with Dany and Rhys. Clinton explained, the Golden Group's contract with Myr is signed once a year. There are less than 2 months until the end of the year, they will not be renewing the contract. As for their loyalty, you probably don't have to worry too much. The Golden Group was formed by the exiled nobles of the Westeros, the backbone of which are mostly the descendants of those nobles. They all want to follow the true dragon to take back their family's land and titles. Old Ymont said doubtfully, the Golden Group was formed by Cold Iron, those nobles' descendants and knights all belong to the Black Dragon, while Dany, Aegon, and I are the Red Dragon. The Blackfyres Rebellion has been going on for nearly 100 years. Can the enmity between the two sides be easily resolved? During the First Blackfire Rebellion, the three illegitimate sons of the mediocre King Aegon IV were divided into two factions. Daimon Blackfire plus Cold Iron Igor Riverwen versus Blood Crow Blinden Riverwen. The Targaryen flag was a red dragon on a black background. As a bastard, Daemon Blackfire changed his personal emblem to a black dragon on a red background. Therefore, the Blackfire Rebellion was a red dragon versus black dragon. In the end, Daimon Blackfire died at the hands of Blinden, the Blood Crow. Cold Iron Igor Riverman fled the Westeros and established the Golden Regiment on the other side of the Narrow Sea. The will of the Black Dragon had been circulating among the Knights of the Golden Legion. Their battle cry was, "Gold above, cold iron below." Therefore, Dany was not too surprised that the Golden Regiment rejected Second Brother Way. Instead, she was shocked that the Golden Regiment was willing to support Aegon. How did Illyrio convince the Golden Regiment? Dany asked. Tyrion beat Clinton to it and said with a smile, "Regardless of whether it's black or red, a dragon is a dragon." Bullshit. If the Golden Regiment had this kind of awareness, they would not have mocked Second Brother way back then. This is what the spice merchant told me. Facing Dany's mocking gaze, Tyrion explained. He also said that some contracts are written in blood and cannot be changed, he added. A contract written in blood. Ymont secretly glanced at little Aegon with a puzzled expression. Illyrio thinks highly of you. He even told you this kind of secret. Dany smiled faintly. Of course. The spice merchant is greedy and lustful, but he is definitely a smart person. He knows my value to your majesty. I thought it was a rumor. I don't know if it can revive my father, Tyrion muttered. It can, Dany said firmly. It can. My father has been dead for more than half a year. Bring the deviant ghost to your father's tomb. I guarantee that no coffin can hold it down. Tyrion's mouth twitched. He returned to the original topic and said, Your Majesty, you guessed wrong. The person who threw Bran Stark off the tower is not the same person who sent someone to assassinate him. I know. Your brother threw Bran. It was either Littlefinger or your sister who sent the assassin, Dany said confidently. She had watched Game of Thrones, so she should not be wrong. Unfortunately, she did not see the expected shock on the little devil's face. There was only confusion. Confusion? What are you confused about? How do you know it was Jaime, your majesty? Tyrion asked. Bran must have seen something he should not have. At that time in Winterfell, other than your brother and sister having an affair, what else could second young Master Stark not have seen? Dany said proudly. Tyrion was stunned again. Your Majesty, you are so smart. Dany was even more pleased with herself, but her expression was even more indifferent. However, the assassin was not sent by Littlefinger. If it was not Littlefinger, then was it Cersei? Dany was a little anxious. No. Tyrion shook his head again and gave an answer that shocked Dany. It was my nephew. Joffrey? Why would he kill Bran? It doesn't make sense. The dagger was Robert's. Joffrey stole the dagger and found a random assassin among the royal knights. As for the reason, Tyrion smiled bitterly. The title of Second Mad King is not just for show. What reason would he have for changing his mind and killing Ide at the last minute? Little devil, you have guts, little Aegon said coldly. Sigh, your highness, I apologize. Tyrion smiled and bowed. Dany said thoughtfully, it seems that I misunderstood you. You were not ignorant about the Bran assassination incident. It's not really a misunderstanding. I was indeed framed by Littlefinger. When Lady Catelyn confronted me with the dagger, she claimed that Littlefinger told her that the Dragonbone dagger belonged to me. Isn't that nonsense? How can I not know that it belongs to me? Tyrion sighed. Since you knew, why didn't you kill Littlefinger? Dany asked curiously. Kill? Weren't you the leader of the kings for a period of time? Isn't it easy to kill a small noble with no background? Sigh, at that time, I didn't even have the confidence to defend King's Landing. How would I dare to have internal strife? I even had to beg him to help me talk to Tyrell because he was eloquent and liked to talk. When the situation was set and we could cook the hound after it served its purpose, I was killed ahead of time. That guy went one step further and became the Duke of Hellenberg, Tyrion said helplessly. You didn't tell your father about Littlefinger instigating the lion and the wolf? Hee hee. Tyrion smiled strangely. I'm not targeting anyone. All of Lannister's enemies should be grateful to me. My father's cunning and ruthlessness are something you can never imagine. While I was unconscious and recuperating, my father quietly made a move against him. What did Tywin do? Dany asked in surprise. Give Hellenberg to Littlefinger. Tyrion said with a smile. What's that supposed to mean? Little Aegon was confused. My father believed that the curse of Hellenberg was real. Even if it was fake, it would become real sooner or later. Unfortunately, before the curse of Hellenberg took effect, you and your father were weakened by him, Dany mocked. What do you mean? Suddenly, Tyrion's pupils shrank and he cried out, did he kill Joffrey? Oh, you're not too stupid. Maybe Littlefinger has the ability to do that. But that doesn't make sense. What benefit would he get by framing me or killing Joffrey? Tyrion said in disbelief. Dany stared at him for a long time, causing the dwarf to squirm uncomfortably. Then she held back her laughter and said, the chaotic situation, and he has your wife. Sansa. Tyrion's expression changed drastically and started to turn green. Do you know about Littlefinger's relationship with Catelyn? He used Sansa as a substitute for his first love, Catelyn. Damn it! Tyrion's face turned completely green. The surrounding onlookers looked at Tyrion with sympathy. Especially the female dwarf, Fanny, she was so sad that she almost cried for him. Don't you think you're miserable? You've been tricked by the same person so many times. Your wife is lying in his bed. Maybe she even has a child now, but you still don't know anything. Dany had no sympathy at all. She was still gloating over his misfortune. Who told you to betray Dany Rice? You deserve it. The dwarf's face was pale, and he was about to collapse. Chapter 436. It was dawn, and the sun had yet to rise. It was the coolest time of the day in Estapo, which was only about 15 degrees Celsius. Estapo Peninsula, 5 kilometers west of the city, in a brickyard by the sea. With the encouragement of the Dragon Queen, Pogba, the skinny man, pushed out a handcart used by workers to transport mud bricks from the factory. There was a thick layer of yellow and dry rice straw piled on the handcart. Among the straw, there were 8 jars the size of pineapples, 4 brown clay jars, and 4 transparent glass jars. Of the 4 glass jars, 2 were half filled with a green liquid, while the other 2 were full without a single bubble. Wildfire. Pogba slowly pushed the handcart out of the factory and came to the red brick steps where the mud bricks were being dried. Well, the process of baking red bricks was rather complicated. One had to first dig out sticky mud, then mix coal ash in the mud. After pressing the mud into the mold and cutting it into mud bricks, they couldn't immediately be sent into the kiln. The mud bricks must be dried in an open, ventilated area. They must not be exposed to the sun. They must be covered with a layer of waterproof linoleum, and then covered with a layer of sunscreen grass curtains over the linoleum. The mud bricks couldn't be casually placed on the ground. Red bricks had to be used to build steps that were a palm's width above the ground to prevent the bottom layer of bricks from being soaked by water when it rained. Because of this, there were rows of red brick steps that were a meter wide and 100 meters long outside the brickyard. When the mud bricks were dried and hardened, they would be transported into the kiln and stacked together. A layer of coal would be sprinkled on top of them, and the kiln door would be sealed. The kiln would then be lit up from the coal filler above. At this moment, a portion of the mud bricks had been transported away, leaving a long row of red brick steps outside the factory. Well, it wasn't all empty. There were 7 1-meter wide and 2-meter long mud brick walls that separated them into single rooms that were 10 meters apart. Under everyone's gazes, Pogba had the solemn expression of a bomb disposal expert. He moved gently, but his movements were swift as he moved the jars out of the handcart and placed them on the red brick steps. Perhaps it was because Pogba often practiced his ultimate skill of protection, fire walk, but he was very fast. In just half a minute, he had placed 8 jars on the separated steps. However, this was not the end. Instead, the expression on Pogba's face became even more serious. It was as though he had reached the critical moment of cutting the red line or the blue line. He took out a 30-centimeter tall bronze tripod from the handcart. There was a net under the tripod. At the entrance of the factory, under the eaves, Master Wood looked at the sky and saw a red sun rising in the east. He was very anxious and could not help but shout, "Hurry up, the sun is coming out." Pogba also raised his head and looked towards the east. A layer of cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. His movements became even faster, and at the same time, he became more cautious. He first put the jar in the net and then gently hung the net under the tripod. There were a total of 4 tripods, 4 jars, 2 glass jars, and 2 clay jars. Then, he connected a long rope to the jar and led the rope to the side, the mud brick wall 2 meters away. Yes, there were rows of steps made of dry mud bricks, with a distance of 2 meters between each other, making it convenient for handcarts to move in and out. On the stairs next to where the jars were placed, there was still a 1.3-meter tall brick wall that had not been moved away. However, the flammable linoleum and straw curtain on the mud brick wall had been lifted and thrown aside. For fire mages with brown ointment on their faces, plate armor on their bodies, and iron helmets on their heads stood behind the mud brick wall. They took the rope from Master Pogba's hands with an expression of facing death with equanimity. Phew, this time, Pogba breathed a sigh of relief. The solemn expression on his face became relaxed. "Your Majesty, it's done." He ran under the eaves and reported to the Dragon Queen on the armchair with a smile. "Then let's get started." Danny waved her hand, and the fire mages hiding behind the mud brick wall began to pull the rope rhythmically. On the red brick stairs across the mud path, 4 jars hanging under the tripod swayed gently. There were people standing on both sides of the Queen's chair. In addition to the 50 fire mages, there were also a dozen scholars. Even White Knight, Old Yamont, Larissa, Tyrion, Little Aegon, Clinton, and others were looking up. The red sun gradually rose, and the red morning glow turned into golden morning light. The temperature slowly rose. Tyrion's nose was sweating. He said nervously, "Isn't it a little too much? 1 jar can hold 4 to 5 pounds of wildfire." "What's too much?" "This kind of small jar is already the smallest kerosene bomb of the Megalosaurus bomber. You haven't seen the giant bomb I used when I took over Dragonstone Island. It was about the size of a water tank. It could even be used as a bathtub for you," Danny said casually. "Wildfire is not kerosene. It's dozens of times stronger than kerosene," Tyrion emphasized. "If it's not stronger than kerosene, why would I waste so much effort to torment it? If I reduce the amount of wildfire and let the wildfire jar burn with the same effect as the kerosene jar, I might as well use kerosene directly. At least it's safer." Tyrion was speechless. At this time, the little devil changed her clothes. She was wearing a gold-framed t-shirt with a black dragon embroidered on the chest. In the past few days, although Dragon Queen did not participate in Klein's trial, she was not idle either. She formed the Royal Megalosaurus Mage Guild and built wildfire refinery bases in Astapor and Myrene. She also went to Myrene, Kayuan, and Astapor to participate in a few great leap forward in agricultural production. She reformed the centaur tactics and changed the breed of cattle and horses. She also made adjustments to the government at Slave Bay, She was very busy, so busy that she did not have time to interact with nephew Gu. While optimizing the authority of the government, Danny also made changes to the official titles. She established a 7th-rank official title system and unified the government's uniforms. The black dragon pattern on the Little Devil's t-shirt was actually a patch. Just like the beast in human clothing of the ancient officials in China, the civil officials' uniforms used birds as patches to show their virtue. The military officials' uniforms used ferocious beasts as patches to show the military officials' prestige. She had to admit that compared to the beast in human clothing court meetings, the Western countries' casual wear of the government meetings was a few levels lower in class. It looked more like the grandpas and aunties in a street mahjong house. Furthermore, the king did not even have an exclusive dragon robe. In the future, Danny, who became the empress of the world, would collect a gold coin, a copper pot, and an iron sword from various cities and melt them to create a throne. She hoped that when she sat on the throne, it would not be a messy market below, but a solemn, well-dressed, orderly civil and military officials. Therefore, she first unified the officials' uniforms. The 7th-rank officials had a red dragon, the 6th-rank officials had a golden dragon, the 5th-rank officials had a green dragon, the 4th-rank officials had a white dragon, the 3rd-rank officials had a black dragon, the 2nd-rank officials had a dark red 3-headed dragon, Targaryen's previous clan emblem, and the 1st-rank officials had a 5-colored dragon with its head and tail connected. Originally, Little Green and Little White were neck and neck. However, after following Danny to the Westeros, there were thrills and rewards. Little White became a magic dragon. As such, Little Green became the 3rd. Little Gold was the 4th, and Little Red was the 5th. Of course, Dragon Queen did not forbid the civilians from wearing clothes with the Megalosaurus pattern, but they were not allowed to completely imitate the government officials. At least, they were not allowed to add a 7-pointed star embroidered with gold borders around the Megalosaurus pattern. The little demon was wearing a t-shirt with a black dragon embroidered on it, which meant that he had become the Dragon Queen's subordinate. He had even recommended himself to the queen that day. He had professional experience in the hand of the king, and Slave Bay was currently lacking a prime minister, so why not just put up with it? Then, he was mocked by the Dragon Queen and had a miserable life. Although he failed to apply for the hand of the king, the Dragon Queen also took pity on his talent. The little demon had used wildfire to turn the tables in the Battle of Blackwater Bay and defeated the 2nd most famous general of the 7 Kingdoms, Stannis, with an absolute disadvantage. It could be said that Tyrion was the only person in the world who had used wildfire on a large scale in war and won. After the Megalosaurus became extinct, Targaryen had also funded the Alchemy Guild to create a steel Megalosaurus that could shoot wildfire, preparing to use the Iron Dragon to deal with the Dornies. In the end, the Iron Dragon that was equipped with wildfire self-destructed midway. Therefore, in the field of wildfire, Tyrion was really a rare talent in the world. Emperor Danny knew how to make use of people and specially created an official position for him, General of Wildfire, responsible for supervising the refinement, storage, and transportation of wildfire. Today, General of Wildfire Tyrion accompanied the Dragon Queen and began to test the stability of wildfire. Look, the wildfire in the bottle is boiling. Suddenly, little Aegon pointed at the shaking bottle of water in the distance and shouted in horror. Be careful, the wildfire is about to explode. Tyrion's pupils contracted as he shouted at the fire mage behind the mud wall. Glug glug glug, under the sunlight, the glass bottle that was being pulled by a rope released green bubbles. The bubbles grew from the size of a rice grain to the size of a broad bean, then rapidly expanded to the size of an egg. Boom! From the sound of it, it sounded like a grenade had been detonated. Looking at the fire, green flames that were 4 to 5 meters tall suddenly rose under the bright sunlight. The ground and brick walls nearby were covered in green flames. The effect was like a barrel of oil that weighed hundreds of kilograms suddenly exploding. The enchanting green flames were clearly extremely hot, setting off waves of heat, but in the eyes of the crowd, it did not make them feel warm. They only felt a chill in their hearts. This is magic fire. Little Aegon's face turned pale. Targaryen is afraid of fire? Dany glanced at him and said calmly. Little Aegon was stunned. He stood up straight, puffed out his chest, and said firmly, I'm not afraid. Looking at the panic in his eyes, then looking at Tyrion's deeply hidden excitement, Dany had a strange expression. Targaryens are not afraid of fire, but they should be rational when dealing with wildfire, old Ymont said justly. His gaze was complicated. When he saw the wildfire, he could not help but think of his elder brother who drank the wildfire, Devil Theron. What's the temperature? Dany looked at the ironclad fire mage who ran back and asked. Yes, the shockwave from the explosion of the wildfire bottle was very strong. It caused the thick mud bricks 2 meters away to shake a few times, but they did not collapse. The fire mage who was pulling the rope had completed his task and ran back. 25 draconic degrees. The fire mage's face was filled with fear. Your Majesty, it's too scary. It exploded at 25 draconic degrees. The highest temperature in Astapor is 45 draconic degrees, 45 draconic degrees is the ground temperature. The highest temperature is only about 32 draconic degrees, a scholar said. Remember, intense shaking, direct sunlight, 25 draconic degrees is the critical point, Dany instructed. Immediately, a scholar picked up a pen and started writing on the document. A thermometer was not difficult to make. Back in the Ming dynasty, Galileo had invented the first thermometer. It was very simple. It was a glass tube connected to a glass ball at the bottom. It was also open, so the error was relatively large. Not long after the first thermometer appeared, an accurate thermometer that could measure the temperature of the human body was invented. Simply put, the invention of a thermometer required a flash of inspiration, not technology. As long as they could forge a glass tube, technology was enough. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.